Hey gang, what's up? Just Aaron right here, Canadian Looney. How y'all doing? Saturday night, kind of a weird thing, is it, to have an election on Saturday, don't you think? That's what they're doing in BC. I guess they do it their own way out there. So, yeah. What's up? Just Aaron right here, Canadian Looney. How y'all doing? So we're gonna review the candidates in the the provincial election in British Columbia. I think it's an important election. A lot of eyes will be on this one, and we've got some great videos to show. This is something I made last night. It's similar. It's a work in progress. Trying to include some more things. The members of the channel appear in this. Anyhow, let's get that going, kick it off.
I think our leader, Trudeau, I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word.
Oh, hello. Do you have a warrant to be here?
Oh, yeah.
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Wiggle and squirm as you might, it is really hard to put lipstick on a pig.
When I'm Prime Minister, I will keep my promises.
WTF. Here.
I know this place is where I am. No other place is better than. No matter where I go, I am proud to be Canadian. I am, you know I am. The world that works
The one we call Canadian.
Gentlemen, beam me aboard.
I've been speaking.
So we've got a couple of treats. This is Jordan Peterson having a conversation with the Conservative leader who's, it's neck and neck out there, and I do think it's an important election. People should be watching this one if they care about what's really going on in Canada. Anyhow, we've got Jordan Peterson here.
With Republican governors and the Republicans I know in the US, and that's quite a few of them, as well as Conservatives in Canada, about the K through 12 education system, as well as the higher education system. But let's start with K through 12. So I want to run another proposition by you. So I worked in the universities for a long time, and I saw how they worked. And I worked at Harvard, which was an unbelievably functional institution in the 1990s. I'd never been anywhere like it. McGill was good. I went to school as a graduate student at McGill, and I had a very good educational experience there. And McGill did a lot of things right, but Harvard was really knocking it out of the park when I was there in the 90s. The senior faculty were the smartest people I'd ever met and the most educated. The undergraduates were unbelievably high quality. Like a third of them were the smartest kids you'd ever seen. And the other 2/3 were contenders, you know. And so, the place really served excellence. And then you could see the edges of the politically correct movement manifesting itself around the fringes in the 1990s, but they really didn't have any real power. The last time I was down in Boston was about a month ago. I met some of my former colleagues, great people, really. And they've all joined the free speech movement at Harvard, and they set themselves at odds with the administration, which is an appalling thing to see. You know, and that's Harvard. And then I was at the University of Toronto for a long time, and it made a lot of noise about excellence, but really had no real fundamental clue about what it meant or how to pursue it. But I had a very good time there, and I liked it a lot. But I learned a lot about what was wrong with higher education. And emblematic of what's wrong with higher education is the faculties of education. Okay, they're full of educational psychologists, and that's a corrupt discipline, and almost everything that it's produced is a lie. Whole word learning, that's a lie. That anti-phonics movement, the self-esteem movement, that's a complete bloody lie. And all it did was produce a pack of narcissists. Multiple intelligences, that's a complete bloody lie. Like, the educational psychologists have been a negative influence consistently for 60 years. And the faculties of education have arguably the worst students in the university and arguably the worst faculty. Now, why is that a problem? Well, they're radical and incompetent. That's a big problem. In the United States, they control 50% of the state budgets. 50%. Okay. And the faculties of education are why the conservatives lost the culture war. And the conservatives have been too blind for 4 generations to see this. And there's a nexus point. The faculties of education have a hammerlock on teacher certification. And I don't understand that. There's no evidence whatsoever that their training regimens produce qualified teachers. None. We also even know what makes a teacher effective. Conscientiousness is the trait. High cognitive ability and conscientiousness, you could select them. Why? What's your view of what's corrupted the K through 12 education system, and what do you think might be done about it? Because, like, I think that the faculties of education should have the right to certify teachers stripped from them. It would kill them, and they deserve it. And I think the reason that classic liberals and the conservatives have lost the culture wars because the faculties of education have had a hammerlock on teacher certification. So I know that's a mouthful and it's a radical analysis and a radical proposition, but I'm wondering what you think of what's going on in the K through 12 system.
So I'm smiling because when I think about the education system, the first thing that comes to mind is our education system in British Columbia today is teaching kids what to think. It's not teaching kids how to think. It's not teaching kids how to be critical thinkers. And that is, to me, is the fundamental problem within the system itself. And so there's material that is within our education system, which is designed for more of an indoctrination, as opposed to actually providing kids with the skills they need. Kids are coming out of school and university professors, college specialists are telling me they're not prepared for
They can't read.
Post-secondary.
They can't read and they don't know anything.
Some people can't even write their own name. And so I look at that system, I think, okay, what is needed to start with is we need to do a full review of all the material that's being made available for teachers. And look at it from a perspective of being neutral.
Who would review it? Do you know, how would you go about that?
You've got to put a team together that's going to review it.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be some educators, it's going to be some people that are not educators who are going to go through and look at the material from that critical lens. And so, for example, there's, I think, a book in grade 4 math, I think it's called Math That Matters. And the math is correct, 2 + 2 = 4. But the language being used is all about environmentalism.
It's all social justice oriented.
Exactly. It's all about, anti-development and that whole side of things. So we wonder when the kids go to school, why they've got this bent. And because this is what they've been taught.
Yeah.
This is what they've been indoctrinated
from day one, for 12 years.
System.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to change all of that, right? In terms of that material, make sure it's all neutral in terms of how the information is being provided. And quite frankly, we need to bring in something, that I think is critical. Fiscal management, teaching kids about how money actually works, compound interest and, debt and all those sort of things. So those will be some big shifts that we need to do. And the fight.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. So why neutral exactly? Like, why not unabashedly anti-communist, unabashedly pro-free market, unabashedly Western tradition of freedom? Because I think it seems to me that one of the errors that conservatives and classic liberals have made consistently across time is a kind of apologetic neutrality. So I'll give you one example. So at the University of Toronto, in my personality course, so it's a psychology course, second-year psychology course, I used to teach the kids about what happened in Stalinist Russia. And I did that because I used Alexander Solzhenitsyn as an example of existential psychology, because he was an existential psychologist like Viktor Frankl. Now, one of the shocking things to me was that none of my students had ever heard about what had happened in Russia between 1920 and 1989, let's say. Even though we just about torched the planet and we fought a Cold War over it. They had no idea what the Stalinists had done. And so that's a good example of something where even neutrality isn't sufficient. It's like the communists were brutal, genocidal murderers wherever they've set up shop. It's happening again in Venezuela. It's still happening in Cuba. It threatens all of South America. China is a complete bloody catastrophe on the ideological front, and they're permeating the world. It's a catastrophe. And our education system tells students nothing about that. And, you know, conservatives are, this is particularly true in Canada, although it's starting to shift, is that they're so terrified of being demolished by the woke mob and also of being accused of something approximating social conservatism, is that they do take refuge in something like neutrality. But I'm not sure it's time for neutrality anymore.
It depends what you mean by neutrality.
Yeah, okay,
so,
okay.
In terms of it, and by the way, regarding the cancel culture only works if you allow them to cancel you.
Yes.
You just have to stand up and say, you know, take a hike, and it goes away, right? Because if they can't cancel you, then they have to find something else to do. So, but with Garden School, what I mean by neutrality is not that we won't teach about communism, that we won't teach about the Holocaust, because we will. We need to show that from a perspective of this is the facts that happened, this is the evil that happened, this is the damage that was done with it, not just from an ideological perspective, but from a facts-based. And that's what I mean by neutral. I don't mean neutral as we won't talk about communism, we won't talk about, you know, fascism, we won't talk about, you know, democracy or capitalism, whatever the case may be, we will. But in terms of providing facts and information so that the kids can look at this and come to their own conclusions. And because you're going to have people still on the left and the right, and families are still going to have lots of influence, and I think that's okay. That's a rounded society. And I think where society runs into trouble is if it gets too far on any one particular side, you know, the pendulum swinging back and forth. And so you want to try to keep that as much as you can into a place where it creates positive opportunities and people who are informed and critical thinkers and are able to look at information that comes forward with a critical eye and ask the questions based on facts that they have, that, you know, particularly from our history. And so that's what I'm hoping our education system will become.
So yeah, I'd be an asshole if I didn't mention, check out Jordan Peterson's YouTube channel. He's, read one of his books. Guy's real sharp. I like listening to him. I've read a couple of his books. He's got a lot to say and a lot of insight too. He's a clinical psychologist for a long period of time. Anyhow, from moving forward here, we'll cross over to the main stage. Yeah. Big election in British Columbia tonight. I don't know what you think. Do you think it's important for not just British Columbia, but the rest of Canada? I'm in Nova Scotia, and I've got my eye on it. Like, again, if you're familiar with the channel, most of us here are seeking change, not to kind of stick with the hole they've been digging for us. These governments have had years to change the course, but they say they're going to, you know, toe the line, and they're going to get us there on these environmental issues and keep taxing us, inflation, keep bringing in more people. And it does matter, like provinces, the premiers of provinces, controlling parties, can work with the government, or they don't have to as much. And I hope that we get somebody that's going to be working with our next federal government. Anyhow, we'll jump back into the show. We'll take a moment here to say hello to some people. Got a few people kicking around. Sorry if I miss anybody, but this is the quick list that I've got here. Annie G, good to see you. Canada RV, what is up? Charlene Hopper, Cryptomeria, Jonathan Van House, what's up? Captain Kirk, beam me up. LJ, what's going on, brother? It was a beautiful day here in Nova Scotia. It was like 19, I think. M Hobbs 22. Make it make sense. Welcome back. Nature, what's going on? Good to see you. Norm Nicholson, Papa Beach, Patty Zadow, Robert, Raz, Scott Campbell, my man, what's going on? How's everybody doing tonight? Sherry LS, is it? Sorry, I'm far from the screen. I'm losing my vision. I'm right at that age where things start falling apart, I guess. Sylvain Robert, good to see you. Welcome. Therese Pollard, welcome to the chat. Tinfoil, what's going on, brother? How are you? And Yentas Bagels, always a pleasure. Sorry if I missed anybody. Anyways, we're going to get back to the show. We'll catch them on the keyboard. I do like Jordan Peterson.
David Eby's
Corey
NDP
Green?
bus is pulling up here for one of the last stops on what has been a tight and sometimes contentious campaign. It's a wet and cool final day of campaigning, but that hasn't stopped leaders making one last push to win over voters before they go to the polls tomorrow. It's been a harsh race. Both the BC NDP and BC Conservatives have run decidedly negative campaigns. Eby throwing a few parting shots at John Rustad and his party.
I'm really proud of the campaign that we ran. And the critical piece is for British Columbians that we have stayed focused and we will stay focused on your priorities. We're not hiding from you.
The BC NDP leader making final stops around the Lower Mainland and the hotly contested Surrey Battleground. BC Conservative leader John Rustad campaigned on the North Shore, where independent and NDP incumbent MLAs block his path. He was no easier on Eby.
Unfortunately, he's out there spreading nothing but lies and information, misinformation about who we are. But that's okay. We've been powering through this. We've been making sure that we've been focused on doing what's right for British Columbia.
BC Green leader Sonia Furstenau was on her home turf, Vancouver Island, hoping to win more support there and in her own contested Victoria Beacon Hill riding.
I'm proud of the campaign we've run. I'm incredibly proud of our campaign team. We have shown British Columbia that it's possible to have a political party that focuses on a positive vision, that focuses on solutions.
Polling has the NDP and Conservatives in a dead heat, though the NDP are showing a slight lead. Many of the announcements during the campaign focused on public safety, affordability, housing, and healthcare, the key issues for most living in the province. British Columbians go to the polls tomorrow to decide who will form the next government of BC. In Vancouver, Jack Morse, City News.
With just 2 days left until British Columbians head to the polls to choose their next government, we caught up to Conservative Party leader John Rustad at a campaign stop here in Chilliwack, BC. We got a chance to ask him about his plans to repeal UNDRIP.
So the DRIPA legislation that we have today is actually, I'm fear that it's creating friction between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, and I don't want to see that. Reconciliation needs to be how everybody can come together and make sure that we prosper, together, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. And so that's why we need to remove the DRIPA legislation. We're going to keep UNDRIP though, and use it, in the spirit that it was intended, as to how we work and respect First Nations in British Columbia.
Rustad also addressed the many concerns that Indigenous leaders like Grand Chief Stuart Phillip has about what that means to the agreements already signed if they are elected and repeal UNDRIP.
We've made amazing progress, and it speaks to reconciliation with our friends and neighbors and other entities throughout the province, forest companies, mining companies, and so on and so forth. So it speaks to harmonizing the management of the lands, and Rustad wants to come along and rip it up.
When I look at what DRIP is doing, it's creating a great relationship between government and First Nation leaders. It's not filtering down to the people on the ground, and that is what I'm most concerned at.
We also had a chance to ask Mr. Rustad about his plan to offer 20% of forestry lands to First Nations here in British Columbia.
So what we're looking at doing is First Nations should be able to fully participate in the resources off their land. That's exactly what the courts have said. That's also what UNDRIP has said. And so we want to make sure that opportunity, which is why we want to put volume in First Nations hands that are within their territory.
And if they get elected, the BC Conservatives say keeping families together is their priority.
It is long past time that we need to stop taking children from First Nations. We want to work with them and empower them, support them to be able to provide their own services. Enough of the 60 scoop that is just carried on. So we want to be able to work and support nations to be able to do that.
Advance polling is now closed, but the election is Saturday, October the 19th, where British Columbians get to have a say in their next government. Tina House, APTN National News, Chilliwack.
British Columbians will cast their votes tomorrow in a provincial election. Incumbent BC NDP has faced a surprisingly strong challenge from the BC Conservatives, whose popularity surged early in the campaign. CTV's Kathy.
Notice, this is skewed news now. APTN, that seemed like a pretty level story, but here we go with opening up with a big surprise.
Lee
The
is in
Liberals want the
Vancouver on the eve
NDP
of
to win,
Election
obviously.
Day with more on a race that's too close to call, Kathy.
Heather, it's been a horse race between BC's ruling New Democrats and the BC Conservatives, with the Green Party in a distant third place.
A recent poll shows the momentum for the Conservative Party has slowed after leader John Rustad's performance in last week's TV debate and controversy surrounding a couple of candidates in the party. But political experts say what has been very interesting in this election campaign is that the BC Conservatives have emerged as an alternative to David Eby's NDP, especially after being a fringe party for the last 50 years and getting fewer than 2% of the popular vote in the last election.
Federal politics intruded, as it has in all of the provinces, frankly. And so we also saw a federal tide toward the Conservatives.
Another factor that's boosted their support, a stunning move by the BC Liberals, rebranded as BC United, who pulled out of the race with multiple MLAs defecting to the Conservative Party.
I've never seen anything quite like it, where a major political party, in this case, the official opposition party, previously the party of government under Gordon Campbell and Christy Clark, decided they weren't going to contest this election.
As for key issues in this election campaign, a political expert says at the start of the campaign 4 weeks ago, the housing crisis and public safety, including how to handle mental health and addictions, were the two issues voters were most concerned about. But as the weeks have gone by, it seems healthcare is now the issue at the forefront, with long wait times and many British Columbians not having a family doctor. All these issues have seemed to galvanize voters as the turnout in advanced polls have been record-breaking. More than 1 million people have already cast their ballot.
And on election night, something new. Paper ballots will be counted electronically instead of manually. Officials hope to have the first results within 15 minutes of the polls closing. Heather.
Thank you, Kathy.
It's the final day of BC's 28-day provincial election campaign, and the two main contenders for BC's next premier spent the day in cities around Metro Vancouver. BC NDP leader David Eby campaigned in ridings his party is aiming to hang on to: Coquitlam, North Vancouver, and Maple Ridge. Eby called for centrist voters to support him to defeat his Conservative rivals.
Maybe you've never voted NDP in your entire life and you never even conceived that you might. This is the election. This is the time for us all to stick together.
BC Conservative leader John Rustad was in Vancouver's North Shore, where the party is hoping to make inroads. He says after 7 years of NDP rule, people are ready for change.
Everybody is pumped for change. So what do you guys think? Are we going to turn North Van blue? Are we going to turn British Columbia blue?
Some of the more unscripted parts of the NDP's campaign came when Eby visited two mosques in White Rock and Surrey. The goal was to take one last shot at the BC Conservatives for refusing to fire their candidate Brent Chapman over offensive statements he's made on social media about Muslims. However, Eby faced criticism of the NDP's approach to the war in Gaza.
So there's an ongoing genocide. When are we going to hear our local government voice their calling on Israel to stop the genocide, to cease fire?
Mr. Premier, I think you are shortening the conflict just 7th of October, 1 year until now, which is wrong totally. Historically, we have more than 75 years of conflict. And you and all the other politicians in the West, they should recognize.
Well, I actually do think Hamas are terrorists, actually. I do think that. I think what they did on October 7th was really awful. So I'm sorry if we disagree on that.
Another member of the community pushed Eby to better address Islamophobia, but found common ground with him in denouncing Chapman, who in a 2015 Facebook post called Palestinians time bombs. Rustad has been unfazed by that controversy, and seemingly so have his supporters. More than 1,000 people cheered Rustad Thursday night at a rally in Surrey.
1 in 2 youth are thinking about leaving this province, and they're leaving because they don't have hope. They're leaving because they can't afford to be here. They're leaving because they want to be able to build a future, and they don't see that in British Columbia.
At a campaign event in Victoria, BC Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau says hers is the only party offering a long-term vision of hope.
And so what have we offered this election?
Sorry to interrupt, gang, but I always forget to do this. Smash the like, hit subscribe, and leave a comment. Get involved in the chat. We have a great chat room. If you're just listening to the live stream, we've got an amazing chat room. Come and converse with some people that are like-minded. I don't know how it naturally happens this way, but it seems that only people that are looking for a change end up on this channel at all. So if you're watching and maybe would be curious, what is the YouTube chat? Come check it out. Anyway, back to the show. Sorry to interrupt. Smash the like. Thank you. And thank you all for tuning in. This is so important. I'm out here in Nova Scotia and I've got my eye on this. We've got a conservative government here in Nova Scotia that I don't think the Liberals even saw it coming. I was so shocked when I found out that the Conservatives won here. That was before I really knew as much about politics as I do now. I've been doing this for about a year. And when I came in pretty blind, especially federal. Anyways, this is such an important election. Back to the show.
We've offered a vision for a healthier and more sustainable British Columbia.
So where do the parties stand on the eve of final voting day? A Leger poll released Friday showed the NDP with 46% support and the BC Conservatives close behind at 42%. The BC Greens are sitting at 9% support. Polls close at 8 p.m. Saturday and the results will start rolling in shortly after that. Katie DeRosa, CBC News, Vancouver.
Do you feel that you are covered fairly in the media?
We've got a government, quite frankly, that has gone on an unbelievable spending spree. These guys are completely incompetent, but that's to be expected.
Just to explain, this piece is a bit long, but if you want to get to know the leader of the Conservative Party, John here, this is the spot to do it. This is an outrageous interview, guys. It gets heavy. It's very interesting. I'm surprised often when I see how interesting some of the leaders of the provincial parties are and how well spoken they are.
But NDP math is always that way.
This is a pretty long
Almost exactly 2 years ago, Kevin Falcon removed you from the Liberal caucus. Can you reflect on that period? Because obviously a lot's transpired since then.
It's like anything. Once you introduce a tax, it's almost impossible to get rid of. And governments are always desperate for money. When something isn't working, bring it to an end, get rid of it.
You've been involved in government for many years. Do you have any regrets, things you would have done differently had you known what you know now that just stands out?
I'm not worried about, what has gone on so much in the past. I'm worried about making sure that we do everything we can to build that future for people in British Columbia.
Do you believe in man-made climate change?
David Eby believes very strongly that he can solve the weather problems by taxing you higher. He can stop there being wildfires by taxing.
Would you fire Bonnie Henry?
Today's episode is made possible in part by support from Enbridge, fueling quality of life in British Columbia for over 65 years. John, it is an honor to sit down with you today. I'm very grateful that you were able to find the time to come out and meet with us today. I'm wondering if you could perhaps first start by introducing yourself.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me on today. I think it's a great honor for me as well to be able to be here. So I'm John Rustad. I'm the MLA for Nechako Lakes, and I am the leader of the Conservative Party of British Columbia.
Would you mind first just telling us a little bit about your background and who you are?
Well, I guess that depends on how far back you want to go.
Let's go to the beginning.
So I've spent most of my life, pre-politics in the forest sector in one aspect or another. I've done everything from tree planting to timber supply analysis, from fighting fires to watershed analysis and development plans. So I've done a lot in terms of engagement in forestry, including, working as a dangerous snag faller, doing a whole bunch of various things in my time before politics. I ran my own company for a number of years, Western Geographic Information Systems, where I had an office in Houston, BC, and an office in Prince George. But ultimately in the year 2000, I sat down with my wife, and I was so unhappy with where the province was going that I said, what do you think about moving to Calgary? It would be 15% right on the bottom line in terms of profitability for the work I was doing. We had a long talk about it, and ultimately my whole family was in Prince George. Her parents were in Prince George. I've got a woodlot license, and I was involved in some other deals at the time. And so I thought, okay, I don't want to have to be chased out of the province. So that left me two options: either live with it or get involved and try to change it. And so politics was never an ambition of mine, but I decided, okay, so if somebody's got to step up to the plate and try to make some changes, so I decided I would get involved in politics. So I became a school trustee in 2002 and discovered I actually enjoy politics, which was strange for me because I had a huge phobia of public speaking and that whole side of things. And then ran for provincial politics in 2005, and I've been representing my area since then, since 2005. First riding was called Prince George Omineeka, and then in 2009 that changed as my riding shifted further west, and I now represent the riding of the Chaco Lakes. During that time of being in provincial politics, I also was the Minister for Aboriginal Relations and Reconciliation for just over 4 years, and I've had a very short stint as Minister of Forest Lands and Natural Resource Operations.
Interesting. Would you mind walking us through your record? Because I think it's interesting that all of the major party leaders do have a record being in government, and I'm wondering if you could reflect on that.
Sure. Well, being in government is quite a different experience. It's nothing quite like it. You have your ministry, you have the various things you're doing, as well as you're on committees. You're doing the work through there, and then of course sitting around the cabinet table making decisions. And I'll never forget the decision we made around Site C, for example. And one of the comments I made, because I was the Minister for Aboriginal Relations and Reconciliation at the time, was the fact that this project will forever change the landscape, will ever change for the nations impacted, their opportunity for hunting and fishing, their traditional way in that area. However, you have to weigh these things out based on what is in the best interest of all British Columbians. And so even though there were those issues, we had to weigh out the fact that it's the right thing to do, for us as a province. Now, the balloon budget, there's lots we can talk about associated with that, but the other thing that's really unique is, when you get these opportunities, people say, "Oh, what are you proud about, or what's the thing that really sticks out in your mind in terms of the work that you do as a minister?" And I thought about it, and I thought, there are so many things. I mean, I signed 435 agreements with First Nations, and there's so many of those things that were important. But the one that really stuck out in my mind was an agreement that was signed with one of the chiefs associated with the natural gas pipelines out to the West Coast. And the chief was in tears signing the agreement. And I thought, oh my gosh, what have we done? Like, this isn't right. And the chief said, no, you don't understand. The week before, 5 youth, had attempted suicide, and one unfortunately had tragically died. And he looked at this from a perspective of how this was making a difference for people and building that future, building that hope. And I think, that really stuck to me. It really was an emotional sort of attachment for me in terms of what a difference that these agreements can actually make.
Fantastic. August 18th, 2022, almost exactly 2 years ago, Kevin Falcon removed you from the Liberal caucus. Can you reflect on that period? Because obviously a lot's transpired since then. Can you reflect on that time?
Sure. So what led up to that? After Kevin had won the leadership race and he asked me to carry on with being the critic for forest lands and natural resource operations. So I was going through doing that work, but there was an issue that came up federally called the Farm Emissions Reduction Strategy, which talked about reducing or eliminating the use of nitrogen-based fertilizer, as well as, excuse the expression, but stopping cows from farting and belching because somehow that was changing the weather. And this would have had a very significant impact on my riding, because 35% of the economic activity in my riding is agriculture, particularly cow-calf operations. So I tried to have a conversation within the existing party I was in, the BC Liberals at the time, now of course called United Party. And that was in April, and then in May I tried again, June I tried again, and it's supposed to be a planning session in July, and that got cancelled. And so I started thinking about this, and I thought, okay, well, I better start actually putting some information out there and trying to generate a conversation. So I did a retweet of a Patrick Moore tweet, which questioned the role of CO2 and talked a little bit about the Great Barrier Reef. From that was on a Sunday, and I didn't really think anything about it, right? And so on the Wednesday, I was actually taking the day off because the next day was my birthday. And my phone lit up, and I was like, okay, it can wait, right? It's a day off. I'm not going to worry about it. So that night, of course, I went through messages, and Kevin Falcon was obviously upset. He was mad that, I hadn't been in touch with him, and I get it. Nobody likes to be put off when there's an issue they need to deal with. So I sent him a note and said, when would you like to talk? We made arrangements for the next day. So when I talked to him the next day, which was my birthday actually, I explained the situation to him, and he said, look, you got to take down this tweet. And I'd even forgotten about the tweet. I said, what tweet? And oh, yes, it was the retweet that he was worried about. And I said, look, here's the situation. This is a negative impact for my riding. I need to be able to speak out on behalf of my constituents. And he said, you're not allowed to do that. He said, you have to follow our party position. And our caucus, we had never had a discussion under Kevin Falcon, but he said our caucus is committed to being leaders in fighting climate change and being leaders, both provincially and internationally, and you're not allowed to come out and say anything different. And I said, well, I'm sorry, but I was elected to represent my constituents. That is the job I need to do. He said, okay, well, then you have a choice, he said, and he hung up on me, and half an hour later I was kicked out of caucus. Wow. And so that was the process. And so I thought, well, interesting thing to do on my birthday, I suppose, but
that's wild.
But that was what happened. And then after that, I started thinking about it, and I thought, okay, well, I've got a number of options. Obviously, I don't need to be doing this. I could just retire. But I started thinking about it, and it got back to the same reason why I got involved in politics in the first place, which is I wasn't happy with where things are going. It's the NDPs that are destroying this province. And I thought Falcon and the BC United could not win. They can't win this election. And if they can't win this election, we've got a divided group. We're going to be in real trouble even going into a 2028 election. So somebody needs to do something about it. And so I had a long talk with my wife, and I said, look, I can retire. This option's up to you. I've been in politics a long time. What would you like me to do? And she said, I want you to go after leadership. I want you to carry on with the work that you started. And so I said, well, you know what it means? It means I'm not going to be home a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of stress. And she said, I fully support you 100%. You need to be doing this. So I said, okay. So then in the fall of 2022, sitting as an independent, I actually explored various options. I actually even connected with the old Social Credit Party, and I thought, should this be the vehicle that we do in British Columbia? And the people that were in charge of that old party, or even farther left than the BC Liberals were, and they weren't willing to open it up for membership. So I thought, okay, that's not going anywhere. And that's when I took a serious look at the Conservative Party of British Columbia, and ultimately made the decision to join them in February of 2023. The leader stepped down in late February, creating the opportunity for a leadership race, and I took over the leadership of the party at the end of March of 2023.
Okay, I want to go a little bit back. Was it at all difficult? You'd served with the BC Liberals for a very long time, and I'm just wondering, was there any hurt feelings, frustration, or negativity towards the fact that, one day, all of a sudden, you're not a part of this party that you had served with for quite a long period of time?
Yeah, I'd been a member of the party for over 22 years, and obviously served with them, including cabinet positions, for over 18 years. And I was ticked, right? I was annoyed about getting kicked out, but at the same time, it's like, well, he's doing what he needs to do. I don't harbor any hard feelings or anything like that about the old party. It is what it is. Matter of fact, in many ways, now when I look back at what's happened to that party, I actually feel pretty bad for them. I mean, many of these people I spent many years working together with, and some of them I still consider friends, right, even though they attack me on a regular basis. But I look at it and I think it was a proud institution that was a coalition government, a coalition party that has completely fallen apart, and it's too bad. But at the same time, people are looking for change. They're looking for something different.
I've had Daryl Plecas on, who I believe you know,
yes.
And he's had a similar experience with the BC Liberal Party. And one of the things that stood out to me in my conversations with him was that there's this kind of challenge between having party positions, but allowing people to have independent voices who are trying to represent their local community, and that community's experience might be different than what the party's objective is. How do you, as a leader, try and balance those interests?
It's interesting. Most leaders are threatened by differing opinions or by differing views coming forward. And so, for example, if you go to any riding in this province in this next election and you listen to one of the NDP candidates, whether it's one of their MLAs running for re-election or one of the new candidates, they'll all be saying the same thing. There'll be no variation. There'll be no differences. And if you listen to the BC United candidates,
it'll be the same thing. There'll be no variation. They'll all be saying the same thing. Both those parties believe that they want to elect people that represent the party to the riding. And they don't allow free votes in the legislature. They don't allow people to speak up against their position, where I just think that's wrong. That's not what democracy should be. And so one of the things I will be doing on day one of this election is asking all of our candidates to take a pledge that their number one priority will always be their riding, speaking on behalf of the riding, and voting on behalf of the riding. And the reason for that is we have 93 different regions around this province. It is not possible that all of them would have the same priorities and the same issues. Now, obviously, we need to come together to work together to get things done. But that's what leadership is about, working through those differences, but allowing people to be able to have that voice, to represent their riding. And some of those things, are going to be big issues that are be controversial provincially, and I fully expect that, there'll be free votes. There may be people who vote against what we are proposing to do, but that's okay. It's okay to have those votes. Now, if there's too many, that's obviously a problem because you can't get it done. But the hope is that we can work through and do that in an open way.
Yeah, the critics of that kind of approach have commented, like Kevin Falcon has said, you have people who have wild views, and not clamping down on it might have people go, well, that's a controversial party, when it might just be one person having a personal perspective. How do you kind of balance that when it does feel like there's a push on you and your party that, like, oh, you might have some people with extreme views? How do you kind of balance that and make sure?
I find it interesting, and the NDP like to use that language a lot. And basically, if their perspective is anybody that doesn't agree with them is an extreme view. So I don't mind that. Okay? When you look at a government that, has created a crisis in housing, and a crisis in affordability, a crisis in healthcare, that, believes that, we should have free drugs and decriminalization as a way to be able to improve society when it's absolutely destroying lives and families, and they call us, radical. Okay, wait a second here. Let's have a look at the results of what's actually going on. My perspective, though, is it's okay to have different perspectives. It's okay to have people from different walks of life. Like, you look at the Conservative Party today in British Columbia, we have 3 Indigenous candidates. We've got three Black ladies running for us. We have more diversification than I think any party has ever had, from right across the whole spectrum. And we've got lots of young people. We've got lots of people with experience. I'm actually really proud of the group that we've put together. And yeah, there's going to be some differing views, and that's okay.
Rob Shaw from the Orca wrote that there's an effort to oust you from the BC Conservative ranks. Can you comment on this?
That's Rob Shaw is somewhat misleading in his statement there. We actually did some research in this, and so what's happened is somebody sent out a letter to some of our members talking about, fire John Rustad. And I laughed when I looked at it, and I thought, yeah, okay, right. Sir, I'm sure this is coming from members. First of all, it's pretty expensive to send out a mail out to different houses. So it's not just going to be a random person doing this. So we actually did some digging. We looked into the website, we looked into the background, and what we discovered is a contractor who is doing work for another political party that is involved in sending this information out.
Right.
And so we're collecting all of that information, including the breach to our membership list, and we'll be turning that over to the appropriate authorities because that's illegal.
Wow. Okay. Do you feel that you are covered fairly in the media?
Oh my, the media should just love me and say everything that's great, right? I mean, look, the reality is the media's got a tough job to do. And many of the media, have a bias, and I get that, right, in terms of things. I think, quite frankly, that I've been more than fairly covered, certainly over the last 6 months, 8 months, a year, in terms of it, and some of the media has turned negative against us now, and that's to be expected. So I don't have any bone to pick with the media. There was one time where I'd actually called them out because David Eby printed an outright lie about our party, saying that we were going to cut spending on healthcare. I mean, it was just an outright lie. They've come on radio and said that we're going to bring back bridge tolls. Like, where's that from? That's just another outright lie by the NDP government. And there was a media outlet, or there's one media outlet in particular, that just carte blanche printed it and used that line. And I'm like, how could you do that? That's an outright lie. There's no evidence to suggest that. All you're doing is supporting a lie from the NDP. And so I called them out on it, and they weren't happy about me calling them out on it, but I'm going to do that. I learned a long time ago, though, that you don't pick a fight with people that buy ink by the gallon, right? They're going to have their opinion. They're going to say what they're going to say, and that's fine. We're just going to fight. We're going to get our message out. We're going to keep talking about the things that are important.
Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but do you see what Shadow Walker just did? Holy moly. Thank you, Shadow Walker. Honestly, I'm blushing. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt the show, gang.
I'm not going to pick a fight with the media. However, when it's something blatant like that perpetuates a lie, yeah, I'm going to call them out on it.
One other interesting aspect that recently happened is you got to speak with Jordan Peterson, and I'm super impressed. That seems like an honor. I've listened to him. He influenced me starting this show. I think that he's a really good influence for people who want to pull up their bootstraps and get to work and start to make a difference in their community. You can disagree with some of his perspectives, but I think it's important that we hear from voices, and I believe he's a true intellectual that sets a good example. What was that experience like?
There's no question he is one of the top intellectuals in the country. Controversial. He's taken some controversial positions. Some people really dislike him. Some people really love him. And anybody that puts themselves out there is going to have that kind of a reaction because you can't be in the middle of the road trying to get everybody to like you and do what he's doing. So it was quite unique. I've actually met him twice now. That was the first time, of course, doing an interview with him. And I thought, he's a really interesting individual. I would love to spend some more time actually talking to him about a wide range of things because he's a deep thinker. He loves to challenge you. He's obviously also you've got a perspective in terms of where society is going as well. So I'm actually really looking forward to that interview coming out. I think it'll be very interesting. People will really enjoy it when they see it. Hopefully that'll be out before too long.
Yes, I'm very excited for that. Affordability is, of course, a topic constantly in the news. How will you approach housing in this regard?
Affordability and housing obviously are very, very much tied together. And look, inflation for just food, for example, just in the last couple of years has gone up like 23%. Has your wages gone up by 23%? No. And so that means that's a direct hit to people's bottom line. And today, close to half the people in this province are literally struggling to put food on the table and make their ends meet. And so affordability is a huge, huge issue. Government is not going to solve the problem by taxing you more money. They can't solve the problem by saying, we're going to offer you help by taking money from you. There was an old, you're too young to probably remember a fellow named Paul Harvey. Paul Harvey was a broadcaster back in the 80s and 90s, and he had this segment that he'd call "And Now the Rest of the Story." And one of the lines he used in there that I thought was quite interesting was, government giving you help is like giving yourself a blood transfusion from your right arm to your left arm. Only when government does it, they manage to spill half of it. And so this is the challenge. So what we need to do with government, we actually need to be looking at significant tax reductions and tax relief for people to be able to help with affordability. It's one of the reasons why we want to get rid of the carbon tax. And I say this line many, many times, which is, David Eby believes very strongly that he can solve the weather problems by taxing you higher. He can stop there being wildfires by taxing you more. He can stop there being floods by taxing you more. And I'm sorry, taxing people into poverty will not change the weather.
How do you respond to the fact that you were part of the BC Liberals that introduced the carbon tax?
Well, the carbon tax originally was supposed to be revenue neutral. And at the time I bought into it for that purpose. But also, I looked at it from a perspective of if we're going to be going down a road of carbon pricing, it has the potential to mean significant investments in things like forestry and better forest management. And I thought this could be very beneficial for my riding. Of course, it's now just become a cash cow. It stopped being revenue neutral. Actually, I think it was stopped being revenue neutral when Kevin Falcon was finance minister. However, when I look back at it, I think, no, that was actually not the right thing to do. It's like anything. Once you introduce a tax, it's almost impossible to get rid of. And governments are always desperate for money, so they will always be looking at a way to be able to enhance and use taxes. So at the time, I thought, okay, I can see how I can make this work, but certainly the end result has not turned out the way I hoped it would. And so when something isn't working, bring it to an end, get rid of it. Doesn't make any sense.
How do you bring down taxes while managing the budget?
An $8 billion deficit?
Yeah.
I mean, look, we've got a government, quite frankly, that has gone on an unbelievable spending spree. Even their own ministers could not explain where they were spending money because they were just shoveling it out of the back of a truck so fast. I mean, it's that crazy what this government has done. These guys are completely incompetent, but that's to be expected. NDP math is always that way. They can never figure out, exactly how to do things. They just shovel it out the door and hope for results. So yeah, there's going to have to be some significant look at how we address some of that NDP spending. The biggest thing we need to be doing is actually getting our economy going. And so we should talk about, those sort of things in terms of how we do that, because we need to be able to generate revenue, but we can't do that with taxation. We need to be able to do it through economic activity and through growth. So part of what we need to do, of course, is working towards reducing that deficit, but we also need to be doing significant tax relief. We can't go to people and say, we're going to continue to tax you into poverty so that we can address that misspending. We're going to have to make some tough decisions, but that has to come from a place of how do we help people with their day-to-day lives? How do we make sure that the person that's struggling to put food on the table, we can make their life just a little bit easier by doing that relief? And another big piece of affordability as well is wages. Wages have to actually go up in this province.
Interesting. When David Eby was on the podcast, one of the questions I had for him was that the government's credit rating has significantly gone down since they've been in power. And I asked him, how do you respond to this? This is obviously not good. And his response was basically, we're investing in infrastructure. And infrastructure investments are good investments that are going to benefit our community and our province over the long term. So it's worth getting a reduced credit rating score if it means these benefits, these jobs, and these investments into our province into the future. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that's just a pure line of BS and polyspin. Because the reality is it's not just infrastructure spending, it's massive credit card spending. They are spending a tremendous amount on their operating budget, not just on their capital budget. And that means what the difference there is, most people don't distinguish the difference between it. If I'm building a new hospital, that is an investment in the future, that is a capital investment. If I'm paying for, the largest number of spin doctors in my advertising, in my premier's budget, that is operating. That's the credit card. And what he's doing is he's ringing up that bill on the credit card side, spending on all these government services that, quite frankly, are not helping people and are creating huge problems. That's where the biggest problem is. Yes, of course, we've got to expend on capital, on infrastructure. We need the new hospitals. We need to expand Highway 1, right, in terms of the 3-laning or even 4-laning. There's many things that have to get done, and that means we're going to have to take on some debt. But the key is to get the other spending under control within government, and also to look at generating those additional revenues. Like, if you're spending money that is going to help generate revenue, generate new revenue, generate resource revenue, generate investment revenue, generate whether it's tech, investment, whatever that may be, that's not a bad thing, as long as it's not a subsidy. But if you're spending money, just because, you want to put out lots of spin like this government is doing, yeah, you know what? I think our tax dollars could be spent better.
BC United leader Kevin Falcon has proposed addressing income tax and doing huge...
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, just me, it's Aaron. Just kidding. I do think I've got enough content here, like interesting stuff to show until we possibly get a result. Here's the thing though, and I'm just going to predict this because it just occurred to me. In one of those stories that we showed earlier, they said that because it's an electronic way of voting this time, that they should have the results within, oh my God, menacing muskrat. Thank you so much. I'll get back to chatting with you. Thank you. Whew, that's crazy. Amazing. Sorry, distracted me. So they say the polls are going to be, the results will be in quickly, but they're not going to be. There's going to be a problem with that electronic voting. That's my guess. Like, there's not going to be a result on this until 7 a.m. My time. So that I bet you there won't be a result out there until 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Anyhow, back to this. this is a long piece, but I find it interesting. It's a great way to get to know John, and he's probably going to be a person making a lot of changes if he wins. It's going to be tight out there. I'm not blind to this. And I also want to mention right now, Raz, thank you, brother. You guys are so generous. I will get a chance to get back to you guys. Thank you so much. It's wonderful. But this interview I find is really interesting, and big changes coming maybe. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. I'm not a conservative. I just know that we need change in our country. So any conservatives are welcome here because they're interested in the same thing as I am, change. But you don't need to be a conservative to be able to watch this channel. I'm not it's just that's our best option, like provincially and federally right across the country right now. In my opinion, the NDP and Liberal parties are in bed with a crazy form of economics and that runs the world. That's what I think. Anyways, back to this interview. Thank you all so much for the cash. That's amazing.
Tax cuts. What's your response to that?
We do need to do some tax relief. There's no question in my mind. But when I look at a leader that says, I'm going to cut $5 billion out of income taxes, and I'm going to cut $3 billion out of gas taxes, and I'm going to balance the budget, which is an $8 billion, and I suspect it'll be closer to $10 billion by March, target by, and I'm going to do this in 4 years. So he's going to be cutting $18 billion out of the budget. The budget is $85 billion. That's a 20 to 25% reduction. 85% of the spending on our budget is healthcare, education, and social programs. So exactly where's that money going to come from? And so, I mean, it's being completely unrealistic, and I get it, right? I mean, he's a party that's in fourth place. They're trying to figure out how to be relevant. We're going to be making sure that, from our perspective, we're going to have some very targeted tax relief that's going to be very meaningful for people on their affordability and their day-to-day lives.
Interesting. Going back to housing, how do we address this crisis?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. David Eby's approach is saying that the private sector has no role in housing. Well, wait a second here. Government does not have the money to deal with housing. I mean, he's completely unrealistic, and it's just his socialistic perspective that he thinks government should be running everything. And he's an authoritarian to boot. I mean, 2 generations ago, we would have called that a communist, but most people don't think about that terms anymore, but he's a hardcore socialist. He wants government to have their fingers in anything and everything that's happening. My perspective is we have become so restrictive and so problematic that investors, people that, whether it's mom and pop that want to build an extra unit, or whether it is developer that wants to put in 1,000 units of housing, they are not looking at working in British Columbia. They're looking at leaving British Columbia. Housing starts, for example, in this province are in decline. They're not increasing, even though we have a massive shortage in terms of housing. So we need to be looking at how do we change that scenario? How do we drive the investment that's needed to create the housing? So there's a number of things we're going to do. First of all, we want to work with communities to look at changing the official community plans so that we do pre-zoning for densification, so that people, when they're buying into neighborhood, they know what that densification is going to be, they know what they're buying into, and when somebody wants to come by and build multiple family.
Thank you so much, Kenzie. Sorry, this is really busy for me. I'm not used to handling all these. Oh my goodness, guys! Whoo! What? Oh, this is crazy. Thank you. I don't even know what to do because I'm not used to handling this. We'll keep the show running.
Units or maybe apartments and rental units, that zoning is already in place for it. And so you don't have to go through years of rezoning process. You can go through a few months to get your permits and move forward. As a government, we have to come to the table with money for water and sewer. Those are the 2 critical things for doing any kind of development. And so we're going to make sure that we come to the table and help with that. So we need to reduce that permitting time, that structure that's in place. We need to come to the table with money for water and sewer. We actually need to look at our building code. There are many things in our building code that just adding cost to new housing that are not adding value to a house. And so we want to make sure that we have good quality, livable, affordable homes being built, not homes that are built based on ideology. So there's some changes that are needed there. There's changes within our government structure as well. well that need to be looked at, including, how we make sure BC Hydro can be more responsive to hook up. I mean, when you're making a project, you can't be waiting a year and a half for BC Hydro to deliver power. You've got to be able to have these things happen in a timely way. So there's a lot of things that need to be done. But I think the biggest problem is when I go to developers and I say, how do we build more housing? We need to double housing starts in this province. How do we do that? They look at me and say, we don't have the people. We don't have the people to actually build that many homes. And so we need to be looking at immigration as well. And so I actually think as a province, we need to take control of our own immigration, just like Quebec does. Instead of those decisions being made 3,000 miles away, let's make them here in British Columbia. And let's also look at the skill sets that immigrants have coming in. Let's look at how we pre-qualify those people from their institutions that they get the training from or their experience, so that when they come in, they can start working right away in the province. And let's get people in that we need to fill these positions. I mean, we need everything from truck drivers to teachers, from doctors to carpenters. I mean, and everything in between. And so let's make sure as we're looking at immigration that we're fitting those needs so that we can deal with the fact that we need to be able to bring more people in to build housing in this province to help deal with this critical shortage that we have. There's one other component. Sorry for going on a bit of a bit of a long rant on this. But a lot of our rental stock in British Columbia was built in the 60s and 70s. And there was a federal program that was in place at the time that helped with the rapid depreciation of capital, which allowed investment, allowed to get back to a profit much faster, and really encourage that kind of investment. These are the types of programs we're going to be looking at again so that we can spark that investment in rental housing. Because at the end of the day, right now we've got a 0.1% vacancy rate, if that. And when you have more demand than you have supply, that's going to mean significantly higher rents over time. So we need to build out a lot of rental stock so that we can get a balance back in the market, and that'll help to stabilize or maybe even bring down rental prices.
Going back just a little bit to your comments about controlling our own immigration and what that process might look like, do you think that that's a controversial position for BC to start to manage its own immigration process?
Of course it is, but it's the right thing to do. That's why I say as the Conservative Party, it's not about being conservative or liberal or NDP or Green for that matter. It's just doing what's right, fighting for the average everyday person. And that's what we need to be focused on, just to bring back that common sense change to British Columbia so that we are control of our own destiny and our own future. And there's other things we need to be working on a national scale as well. It's easier for British Columbia to trade with the United States than it is with other provinces. And that's wrong. We have no sense of who we are as a country. And so actually I want British Columbia to take the lead in creating a Canada-wide free trade agreement. Let's start figuring out how we actually work as a country and how we can actually support each other in trade of goods and open up our borders like we do, quite frankly, with the United States and other jurisdictions. It would help with the cross-border trade or across the country trade and help to actually get a better sense for people that we are this great country, because we are the best country in the world. And so British Columbia, I think, can take a lead in terms of creating that opportunity.
I agree with you. On the housing front, I'd like to ask you about BC Housing. I am a councillor with my community, Chawathal First Nation. We've applied to the Indigenous Housing Fund.
Sorry, guys, I'm not used to the gifting so much, and that is something maybe I have to get a little more familiar with. Thank you again so much, Shadow Walker. Sorry, when I say I'm not familiar with it, I don't even know where to find it to say thank you, but I think now I found it. Shadow Walker, thank you so much. Menacing Muskrat, much appreciated. It's crazy. Mr. Roscoe Pecco, thank you so much. Well, my computer's jamming up because this slows, whatever. Let me continue.
Through BC Housing.
I'm shaking, guys. Dimebag Coins, thank you so much, man. You've been so helpful, brother. Kenzie Kraken, thank you. What a great way to, spread the word, getting memberships out there, because you know what we cover here. Burger Bob, thank you so much. It's really hard to type back on these, in this for whatever reason. But I do greatly appreciate it, guys. Sorry, back to the show.
And we're hoping to hear back in September of this year. And so one of the pieces that I see as a huge benefit for First Nation communities is this massive investment in Indigenous housing. It's technically a federal responsibility, but the investments have never really come to fruition. CMHC provides funding, but it's very minimal, and then it's on the mortgagee to try and manage that. And these homes were never built to code. They're not required to be built to code because they're on reserve. And so the quality when I joined in September 2022 was horrible. Like, nobody had ever invested in maintaining these homes. There was never big investments in making sure they were built to any high quality of standard. And there's been a big change with this Indigenous Housing Fund. Like, looking at some of the images of what we're going to be able to potentially build is going to be beautiful units for our members, and it's going to allow them to return to their community. But then there's also going to be investments in the operations and maintenance of the units so that they can actually have a high quality of life over the future. We know that Indigenous communities represent a huge population of homeless individuals in British Columbia, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the Indigenous Housing Fund and how BC Housing operates.
So I'm fully in support of the idea of working with Indigenous communities to actually create housing and make sure that that can be done. So it's something that needs to be done. We started doing a little bit of that when I was the minister way back in 2016 in BC. And so, yeah, I'd love to see us be able to do that. When it comes to BC housing, though, I've got some real hard questions that need to be answered. So, for example, we talked about this during the last question period of the spring session. There were 3 hotels in Prince George which were purchased by a couple of individuals and then flipped to BC Housing for massive profits. And one of them, for example, was bought for $700,000 and a year and a half later was sold to BC Housing for over $3 million. And then BC Housing had to shut it down to do renovating it. And BC Housing was already renting the hotel for housing. What happened there? How did that happen? So I've got some real questions about BC Housing and how BC Housing is working in British Columbia, and we're going to be doing some significant investigation into that. But clearly we need to have that mechanism for being able to drive some investment, whether it's for seniors housing, whether it's for housing on reserve, whether it's other sort of opportunities in British Columbia. But at the end of the day, I also think, like I say, David Eby's perspective is that government needs to be building housing, government needs to be doing this. And I think, government has proven time and time again that it's not very efficient about doing things. For example, look at the housing project, I think it's in Kitsilano area, where they touted this as building these affordable houses, 395 square feet, putting on rent for $2,700 a month. That's not affordable, and it's certainly not a family home. So what exactly has BC Housing done? Why is that so expensive? Another project that was built up in the interior turned out to be about $1.1 million per unit. Well, that's not affordable. So clearly there's something going on with BC Housing that doesn't make a lot of sense. So we need to make sure that the tax dollars that we are spending on housing is spent the most efficiently as possible to get the best value we can while solving those issues. And like I say, working with First Nations makes a lot of sense. Matter of fact, I was actually talking with some hereditary chiefs up in the interior about the idea of returning some land from the province back to the First Nations, using that for some housing, but also putting in some services to deal with people who are addicted or who might want to return to the First Nation to receive treatment, in a cultural way and reconnecting with their culture and their families. And so that's a great idea to be able to do things like that. And those are the types of things that we want to do. Having a federal partner would be nice, obviously, and quite frankly, I can tell you as the previous minister for that file, the federal government does not step up to the plate at the same financial level as it does in other provinces. And so we're going to be going after them for additional resources, certainly for those types of projects.
There's 2 prongs to having, I think, a healthy economy. One is reducing taxes so that people have more money in their pockets so they can actually go out and spend and invest and do things in their communities. The other piece is growing the economy. That's usually the best strategy. What are your thoughts on how we encourage entrepreneurship and how we increase businesses in our region?
Well, the first thing we have to do is simply, get stuff done. I like to use a different word, but I'll try not to use that word on television. But we just need to get things done in this province. And what I mean by that is, if you go across the border of the United States, it can be 3 months to build a warehouse. You try to do that here, you're 2 to 3 years to do that in British Columbia. You can't afford that kind of timely delays and those kind of bureaucratic processes. So we need to clean that up significantly in British Columbia. We need to get to a place where we're a single project, a single permit. It's a big piece of how you can get investment in BC and have people have confidence.
All right, gang. So we'll take a moment here just again to say thank you to everybody that tuned in. This is such an important election, I feel, for not just British Columbians, but for Canadians. Therese Pollard, thank you so much for the $2. Appreciate it. That's amazing. But I think what we're going to watch now is the debate going into this, because we get to see all the candidates lots of times. And we're about an hour and 20 minutes from the polls closing. And then when the polls close, we'll try to find something here to follow the rest of the results coming in. I've got a plan for that. Anyhow, we're going to jump over to this now. If I can find it. Oh, Lord. Get over here. Here we go. Sorry for the delay, gang.
I'm just seeing a lot of people struggling financially right now.
What do we want? Climate change is a big concern.
With Haida Gwaii, we are creating a new story.
The fear of being evicted and ending up on the street.
Knowing that you have a good life here, that your family's supported, that you're able to build and live in the kind of community you want to live in.
The question is, are we going to fight for a future, or are we going to continue to manage decline?
We are now the only party keeping a price on carbon pollution.
Long wait time to see a doctor.
We're not eating out as much.
The rent is too expensive.
Are you ready to turn British Columbia blue?
Sharing the excitement and vision that we have.
We're just getting started.
Good evening, British Columbia. Welcome to the only televised and multi-platform leaders debate of this 2024 provincial election campaign. My name is Shachi Curl. I'm the president of the Angus Reid Institute, and tonight I am your debate moderator. With me, the leaders, John Rustad of the BC Conservative Party, David Eby of the BC NDP, and Sonia Furstenau of the BC Greens. We're coming to you tonight from the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Leaders, welcome. Hi. Several weeks ago, you were presented with and agreed to tonight's format and the rules for this debate. Neither the topics nor the questions have been shared with you or your teams in advance. Tonight, you will be facing individual questions. You'll also have the opportunity to engage with one another during periods of open debate. And just before we begin, a few words from me to you. Please remember your audience this evening. It is the people of British Columbia, many of whom are engaging for the first time tonight by watching and listening to you. Let's give them a vigorous but respectful debate, one that everyone can hear and understand. The questions have been designed to challenge you and bring out the best responses you have. So please answer them. Okay, ready to debate?
Ready.
Okay. So our first topic tonight is leadership, and our first question goes to Mr. Eby. Mr. Eby, when your predecessor, John Horgan, stepped down, he left you with a $6 billion budget surplus. Your premiership has been marked by more spending, yet people are still struggling to see improvements in public safety, housing, and affordability. How much longer do British Columbians have to wait before they start to see things improve under your government?
Thanks for the question, Shachi, and good evening, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I'd also like to say a special thank you to the Vancouver Canucks for starting their season tomorrow instead of tonight, so that you can join us for this important discussion about where our province is going and how we can provide support for you and for your families. Families are under a lot of pressure right now. Huge strain from rising interest rates, global inflation driving up the cost of pretty much everything. mean, the cost of food is the topic in the American presidential debate. And that's having an impact on the provincial budget too. You can see that impact on the ability of government to spend. And so the question that you're going to hear answers to tonight is now the time that people need support more than ever? That's what I think. Or is now the time to cut back, to reduce services? And I believe that people need support now through things like our middle income tax cut, through affordable childcare and car insurance. We started this work, Shachi, as you said, under John Horgan, and we haven't stopped. And we can't stop because people need more support than ever to deal with the challenges they're facing today.
Thank you, Mr. Eby. Next question to you, Mr. Rustad. More than half of British Columbians say that you are too extreme in your views to be premier. You've expressed discomfort with sex education curriculum. You've said you regret taking the COVID vaccine. You suggested on a podcast that carbon emissions aren't a problem for carbon-based beings. How can you convince everyone in this province that you have the judgment and the temperament to be premier for all British Columbians?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thanks everybody for tuning in as well. I think it's important to think about where we are as a province with what's going on. There are many things that people are concerned about in BC. There's many things that have been said about me as the leader. And I can tell you something, as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, we are laser focused on the people of this province. 1 in 3 people are thinking about leaving this province. 1 in 2 youth can't see a future by staying in British Columbia. This, to me, is what needs to change. As a government, a Conservative Party will make sure that we're laser focused on people, on making sure that we meet their needs. There are many issues that people raise, but I tell you, when I go across this province, whether it's in Vancouver Island, or whether it's the Lower Mainland, or whether it's the North or the Okanagan, it's the same issue. People are struggling to put food on the table. That's why we come forward with cutting the carbon tax. That'll save $1,200 per family in a year. That's why we've put forward the Rustad rebate to reduce the burden of whether you're renting or paying a mortgage, which is $3,000 per year that will be savings. $1,800. That'll be $3,000. It's a significant amount of money to be able to help people in this province.
Thank you, Mr. Rustad. To you now, Ms. Furstenau. The size of your caucus in the legislature is down to just 2, yourself and Adam Olsen, who's chosen not to run again. Your former leader, Andrew Weaver, is endorsing the Conservatives this time. Why would voters consider the Green Party?
Good evening, and I would say that the need to consider voting for the Green Party is that we are getting a lack of leadership from the other 2 leaders. And I just want to talk about the answers they just gave. David Eby says people need help right now, but there are people working for social development, poverty reduction, being paid $40 an hour to deny $40 credits to people who need emergency groceries. When John Rustad says he's laser focused on the people, I wonder which people he's talking about, because it's certainly not people who are struggling. It's certainly not people who can't pay the rent. It's certainly not people who need help when it comes to mental health and healthcare. What these 2 are offering is either more of the same or back to the past with John Rustad, who's been in the legislature since 2005, who is part of the government that cut services, that cut funding to education, that took away the help and supports that people need, so that we find ourselves now 23 years downstream from a BC Liberal government and 7 years downstream from an NDP government that hasn't been willing to do enough to change things. That's why we need Greens in the legislature.
Thank you. And now a question to all of you. Recent polling indicates that none of you have a clear lead in the public's hearts. Over the last week, British Columbians' views of you have worsened more than they've improved over the last few weeks. To the undecided voter, how do each of you differentiate yourselves from one another? Each of you will answer this question, leaders. We're going to start with you, Ms. Furstenau, then Mr. Rustad, then Mr. Eby.
The way we differentiate ourselves is that we focus on a future that BC could have. We focus on recognizing what's gotten us here, understanding the complex problems we face, the serious problems we face with affordability, with climate change, with lack of healthcare. And then we propose solutions that are actually going to get us out of these crises. We cannot pretend that climate change isn't real. We cannot pretend that climate change is real and the solution is to build more fossil fuel infrastructure. We have to focus on recognizing that to serve the people of BC, to serve the future of this province, we need politicians who take the role seriously and who move beyond slogans and telling us what we want to hear and recognize that we need a plan for the future. We are the only party that has a serious platform that is costed and that focuses on getting us to a much better place in this province.
Thank you to you, Mr. Rustad.
Thank you very much. And when I look at what's going on in British Columbia today, there are people dying on the streets. There are people dying on the streets, whether it's from crime or whether it's drugs. I was on my way over here, and at the corner of Robson and Hornby, there was an individual who died. And there was emergency people rushing. This person died from an overdose. This is the British Columbia that David Eby has created. Tent cities are growing all over the place. We have a crisis in healthcare. We've got a crisis in affordability. We've got a crisis in housing. What we need is a common sense plan that is going to be able to deliver for people in this province. British Columbia has all the potential you could ever want. We have all the resources that we could ever want. We've got a well-trained, well-educated population, but we're hopelessly managed. What's needed in British Columbia is a government that will tackle these issues, that will make sure we get government out of the way, and that we make sure that people can once again be proud to be British Columbia and to be able to build a future here.
Thank you, Mr. Rustad. Mr. Eby.
Thanks. There are huge challenges in our province, and they're not unique to our province, whether it's the cost of living, challenges around getting the doctors and nurses that we need to ensure our healthcare system delivers care for you and your family when and where you need it, the issue of affordable housing. These are critical challenges, and we can solve these problems. In fact, we're starting to turn the corner on some of them. For example, we connected 250,000 people to a family doctor in the last year. We're going to connect another 160,000 in the next 6 months. Well, every British Columbian who wants a family doctor will be able to have one by the end of 2025 at the pace we're going right now. What you hear from John Rustad, conspiracy theories, division, cuts, it's not going to solve the problems that we face. We got to take these problems head on, and we've got to do so much more. And we can solve these problems together.
Thank you, Mr. Eby. So now it's time for you leaders to debate, and here's how this is supposed to work. Everyone's microphones will be on. What I would ask is that you allow each other to finish at least a first thought for the first person who starts, because somebody's got to start, and then the rest of you can jump in. So, Mr. Rustad, you're going to open this debate section. How do you respond to what you've heard so far from Mr. Eby and Ms. Furstenau?
Well, clearly when I think about British Columbia and I think about the fact that 1 in 2 youth are thinking about leaving British Columbia, that to me is a failure of leadership. It's weak leadership in British Columbia. People should be able to hope and build a dream here. Today in British Columbia, there is close to half the people that have passed because of an overdose in Canada, right here in British Columbia. It is failures of government policy. We need to make sure that we can build hope for people. We need to make sure that we can unleash our resources and our economy so that people can build that hope and build that future.
It really is astonishing to hear John Rustad always talk about how many young people want to leave BC, but never talk about investing in young people, never talk about investing in education, never talk about investing in making sure there's enough psychologists and counselors in our schools, never talk about ensuring that university and post-secondary are affordable for people, and never talk about how we're really going to make sure that housing is affordable in this province, which is to get non-market housing in, to put vacancy control in place, and to stop real estate investment trusts from driving up housing prices and rents in this province. He never talks about solutions. He talks about all the problems, and he consistently focuses on what's negative. I feel like I live in a different place from John Rustad. His vision of BC is one that is dark and gloomy. We need a vision of hope. If we want young people to stay here, we have to give them a reason to stay.
Shachi, we need hope and a plan. And that's what we're delivering for young people. Now, John Rustad's, he talked about his Rustad rebate. I call it the Rustad long wait, because you don't actually get to benefit from it fully until 2029. People need support right now. It also excludes young people. If you're working and you're living with parents, if you're in a multi-generational home, you don't benefit at all from his plan. Who benefits the most? If you own a penthouse in downtown Vancouver, you benefit the most from his tax cut. But if you're sharing a home, you don't.
Dave says
that doesn't make any sense.
No interest in
young people need support, And, John Rustad's housing plan. Globe Mail says it's not going to build a single unit of housing. He himself says it's not the Premier's job to ensure affordable housing. Well, that's exactly what got us into this mess.
But if we were in government, you didn't think it was your job. If we were concerned about that wealth, we would be taxing that wealth. There's no plan in the NDP platform. There's no Conservative platform so far. But if we were concerned about that enormous accumulation of wealth, if we were concerned about the growing inequality and the growing poverty, we would be looking at ways to actually tax some of that wealth. We have that in our platform. Silence from the NDP.
So look,
silence from the Conservatives.
What the NDP have just said and what David Eby just said. David Eby actually said the private sector has no place in housing, and that's just wrong.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did, Mr. Eby. The reality as well is this. We are going to cut the carbon tax by getting rid of the carbon taxes in British Columbia. That will save $1,200 for a family today. And yet David Eby, he wants to actually double the carbon tax in his next term. That is what he has said he will do. And so this is the reality we're facing in British Columbia. That is more money just in the carbon tax saving alone than what he is proposing with his taxes. And for him to come out and say that $900 right away for the Rustad rebate in terms of the rent and in terms of mortgages, those are people, hardworking people in British Columbia that will get that benefit right away. And I wish we could bring the whole thing in, except that the fiscal mismanagement and a $14 billion deficit being proposed by David Eby will take away the future of people.
Mr. Eby, you seem to want to respond.
Well, I don't even know where to start here, Shachi. John Rustad can't get rid of the carbon tax because of the federal backstop. He also is not telling you the full story about his Rustad long wait, that you don't actually see a benefit until at the earliest 2026, and then only if you own your home or if you have high rental costs. If you're living in a rural part of British Columbia and you have low rent, you see the least amount of benefit. And that's why there's a guy with an $80 million house in my constituency that loves John Rustad. But I'm on your side.
That's why
you and your families at home, to make sure you get access to immediate benefit from the tax cut.
Look, we have
not
the largest
2 years from now, not 5 years from now.
We have the
right
largest, probably most violent hurricane lining up off the coast of Florida, and we have 2 leaders retreating from climate action in this province.
Okay, well, leaders, that brings to a close our first round of open debate, but I think you'll like this. The next theme is housing affordability, so you get to talk a little bit more about it. Housing in BC is the most expensive in North America. It's an issue that links the economy and quality of life. It links the economy to quality of life. Each of you have called it a crisis. Mr. Rustad, the first question comes to you. You say you will undo NDP policies, including rent caps, restrictions on short-term rentals, and allowing more density on single-family lots. How would removing these measures help with affordability? What is your plan for housing?
So, Sachi, thank you very much for the question. To start with, we did not say we'll remove rent caps, and we're not going to remove rent caps. That's something that's very clear to be done, that needs to be done in British Columbia. When we look at housing in this province, we have a government, David Eby, that is saying it was, first of all, it was foreigners, and then it was speculators, and then it was vacant properties, and then it was Airbnbs, instead of pointing at the real problem, which is government, and government is getting in the way. It takes far too long to get permits in this province. It takes far too long to get housing built in this province. We're going to come to communities with $1 billion a year to be able to invest in things like water and sewer upgrades so that we can clean up the backlog that's needed, so that the investment can be there for densification. We're going to work with communities on zoning so that we can zone for densification, as opposed to David Eby's approach of just overriding local governments. Working with local governments is critical because we also need to make sure local governments can get the permitting process done much faster. It's also why we're looking at using the old MERV program, the multi-unit residential buildings. This is a program that was very successful building rental units across this country. It's critical to bring that back and get the rental stock that we need built here in British Columbia. We have a plan and we will deliver on housing.
Thank you, Mr. Rustad. Mr. Eby, many people today will never be able to afford the same kind of housing their parents had. What do you say to those who feel upward mobility is no longer an option in British Columbia, that they have no choice but to lower their expectations when it comes to where and how they live?
Well, I believe that one of the foundational requirements for a decent life in our province is a good place to live, and that it's actually a core responsibility of anybody who wants to be premier. It's why I got into politics. This is what drives me, is making sure that you and your family have a good place to live. That was a strong contrast here. John Rustad explicitly said he doesn't think that it's the Premier's job to help deliver affordable housing. Well, our plan will deliver 300,000 middle-income homes. That's what experts are saying. In addition, we're expediting construction by investing in modular housing construction so that housing can be built faster and cheaper. We're preserving lower-cost rental housing so that a senior who sees that for sale sign go up out front of their rental building doesn't fear that they're going to end up in a shelter. These are basic things, and we're making sure to deliver for British Columbians on them. We've got so much more to do. Our plan to get people an opportunity.
All right, gang, so we're going to take a stab at something else now. There should be something for us to find here that is a little more up to date than what we're looking at right now. Just give me a moment here. I'll figure out what that's going to be. Here we go. And yeah, how do you think it's going to go? I think it's going to be very close, and I think it's going to take them a lot longer to count the ballots than they anticipated, just because that seems to be the way of the world. Like, we've had this technology now for a while, but they always seem to screw it up, like when it's on the main stage or people are really waiting for answers. Yeah. Here we go. Let's see what we got.
The politicians have made their final pitches, and now the BC election is in voters' hands. There's just an hour left, and then the counting gets underway. It's been a very wet election day with an atmospheric river hitting the south coast with heavy rain and wind. Despite the storm, there has been steady turnout at voting places. NDP leader David Eby spent the morning in the Vancouver-Yaletown riding in what's expected to be a tight race. Conservative leader John Rustad started the day voting in his own riding in Vanderhoof, just west of Prince George. And Green leader Sonia Furstenau moving home to Victoria, where she cast her ballot this morning. Good evening, and thanks for joining us. After all the speeches and promises and door knocking, it all comes down to tonight. We'll be here with you all night, commercial free, with the fastest results. But before we get there, let's set the stage. The NDP has been in power for 7 years and is looking to capture its third straight victory. But the race changed in the last 6 months as the BC Conservatives experienced a dramatic resurgence. BC United leader Kevin Falcon then suspended the campaign, and sagging poll numbers turning this into a two-party race. It's been a contentious one, defined by NDP leaks of comments made by Conservative leader John Rustad about the COVID-19 vaccine and climate action. And throughout the campaign, Rustad has been dealing with fallout from a series of controversial social media remarks by candidates. We have extensive team coverage tonight. Our reporters are fanned out across the region following all the exciting races in Metro Vancouver, the Fraser Valley, and Vancouver Island. We'll check in with our election team in just a moment. Joining me in studio all evening is CTV's Legislative Bureau Chief Rob Buffum. Together, we'll be bringing you the results. Rob, what are some key races you're going to be watching?
Well, Mei Jung, the NDP can afford to lose 10 seats from what they did last time and still form a majority government. On the other hand, the Conservatives are going to have to pick up 19 seats from where the BC Liberals left off. A lot of those seats are around Metro Vancouver. I'm thinking of the Fraser Valley, Chilliwack, Langley, Abbotsford. Mr. DeYoung can talk about that, as well as Surrey, Battleground Surrey. There's some very important ridings there. And I think if the Conservatives have a chance of winning, they're going to have to win probably 3 or 4 seats on Vancouver Island. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the southern part of the province is going to be at play here.
And that, of course, the island and NDP stronghold. So a tall order for the Conservatives if they want to win tonight.
They are the underdog coming into this.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Well, tonight is all about the balance of power. A lot to keep track of, and Nafisa Karim is at the Power Board with more. Mi Jung, a lot has changed since the 2020 election. We have a new major party, 6 new seats for a total of 93. But the one number I want you to remember all night, this is it, 47, the magic number you need to form a majority government. Now, these were the standings at dissolution. The NDP had 55 seats. The BC United, formerly the BC Liberals, had 20. BC Conservatives had 8, 2 Greens and 1 Independent. So what does this look like? This is the power grid. This is all of the ridings across BC grouped geographically. Orange for the NDP. The smattering of teal here, that is the BC United. Some blue for the Conservatives and some green over on the island. We're going to wipe it clean now. These squares are blank, but as your votes are counted tonight, we'll see the squares start to fill up and change color, whether it's green, orange, blue, or gray. But it all comes back to this magic number, 47. The number of seats you need to form a majority, though you really want 48 because you need 1 for the Speaker. Mi Jung? Okay, thank you, Nafisa. The incumbent New Democrat government has been...
Sorry to interrupt, gang. Holy moly, Joe Duracell. That's, thank you very, very much, Joe. You're welcome to hang out at the channel anytime. We're here every day. We cover the question periods regularly, every single day. And even when there's not a question period, we're still here. Thank you so much. My heart's racing, Joe.
Working double time to try and convince voters it deserves another term. CTV's Penny Daflos is at NDP election night headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Set the scene there for us, Penny.
Well, Mi Jung, the NDP knows that this is an incredibly tight election, and that's why we have seen an incredibly hard-fought 28-day campaign. There have been buses, there have been ferries, there have been flights. In total, David Eby has made 82 stops trying to connect with as many voters as possible, trying to win hearts and minds, trying to convince people that his vision for BC should continue, that he should have more time. In that 4 weeks, he has actually had 32 scheduled media availabilities to take questions from reporters. We've squeezed in a few extra ones on top of that. So he has been fighting really hard to try to get his message out there as much as he possibly can. And, you know, being on the bus all these days, I've heard that message repeated many times, but David Eby is a veteran campaigner. He knows repetition, repetition. That is how you get through to the electorate. It takes a lot of that to get your message through. And he still at times struggled to do that. He believes that complicated problems require complicated solutions. He really hates slogans and those kind of quick fix ideas. So he's been really trying to convey that to the electorate. He is somewhere in this building watching election coverage with his family. We do expect this room, if you're wondering why is it empty, as the polls start to close and volunteers and candidates are freed up from their obligations, they will start to come into this room. And we do expect some familiar faces to show up as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Penny. Well, David Eby is being challenged on the right by BC Conservative leader John Rustad. His party won less than 2% of the vote last time, but gained momentum in the last several months. CTV's Michelle Bernaro is covering the BC Conservatives and joins us live from their election night headquarters in East Vancouver. Set the scene there for us, Michelle.
Yeah, well, right now it's still pretty quiet, as you can see behind me. But a lot of the Conservative candidates that I spoke with tonight said that they were planning to watch the results in their own ridings with their campaign volunteers and supporters. So they certainly expect this room to fill up as the night goes on. You know, it really struck me tonight, though, that the size of this room, when you look at it, you certainly wouldn't have seen this 4 years ago from the BC Conservatives. And you have to think about just how much has changed. The Conservatives were barely a blip in the last election, but tonight they're expected to be a showdown between the Conservatives and the NDP. John Rustad only becoming party leader in March of last year. Tonight, his party hoping BC voters will make them the next government. Now, the Conservatives were the targets of ongoing attacks by the NDP, something Rustad says surprised him most about the campaign.
I was a little surprised by that. I didn't expect that. But we stuck to our guns in terms of running a campaign about how we were going to be building things, how we're going to be doing things and improving lives for people in British Columbia.
The Conservatives hoping their promises to improve housing affordability, improve the economy, deal with crime and mental health issues plaguing our province. They're hoping that that will translate into support for them tonight. So we'll be watching this all very closely tonight, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of anxious people here wondering what the outcome will be. Mi Jung?
All right, thank you, Michelle. The BC Greens are gathering in Victoria to watch the results come in. CTV's Yvonne Raymond is there, and Yvonne, party leader Sonia Furstenau is running in a Victoria riding this time.
That's right, Mi Jung. The Green leader has moved out of the Cowichan Valley, where she was MLA for 2 terms. At the least, the party is trying to hold on to its 2 seats with some big changes for this race. The leader, Sonia Furstenau, has moved home to Victoria Beacon Hill, where she voted today. She's hoping to unseat NDP incumbent Grace Lohr. The Greens also have a change in Saanich North and the Islands, where their incumbent is retiring. Bob Botterill is trying to fill that seat for the party. Furstenau has taken a holistic approach to her party's platform, pitching policies that strive to improve the well-being of everyone.
What I've heard from so many people is that in the debate, that the things I said made sense, that it was me speaking in a way that inspired people. And so I'm hoping to see that the results of that today, and we're pretty excited.
Green supporters are starting to gather here in Victoria, some feeling anxious, a lot of smiling faces. Sonia is expected to greet the crowd here shortly.
Yeah, and it's good she's got her voice back, too, because she lost her voice there last week. Thanks, Yvonne. Well, there's a lot to unpack tonight, so to help us, we have a couple of political veterans at our side, former BC Liberal and United MLA Mike de Jong, first elected in 1994. You were quite young then, right?
I had hair.
He represented Abbotsford West for more than 30 years. He's been the Minister of Finance, Health and Aboriginal Affairs Minister, as well as Attorney General. He's now seeking the federal Conservative nomination in Abbotsford South Langley. I guess politics is in your blood, Mike.
Seems to be.
Good to have you. And Judy Darcy, former NDP MLA. She was first elected in 2013, representing New Westminster. Judy became the province's and the country's first Minister of Mental Health and Addictions when the NDP formed government in 2017. She retired from politics in 2020. Good to have you, Judy.
Good to be here again.
So, Judy, the NDP ran a pretty negative campaign and trying to paint the Conservatives as extremists, yet the parties were neck and neck throughout the whole campaign. So, did that strategy fail to move the dial?
I would say the NDP had a very positive campaign on the issues. I think David Eby spoke very directly to the issues that British Columbians care the most about, which is housing and healthcare and the cost of living, with very concrete plans for how, recognizing how troubling many of these issues were for British Columbians, but with very concrete plans about how to keep going until the problems are really addressed. And yes, he did contrast the NDP with the Conservatives considerably, but there was a very good reason to do that. I mean, the number of extremist comments that were made by various candidates for the Conservative Party and for John Rustad himself, I think it was really important for voters to know that, and voters became deeply concerned about it as the election wore on.
But the Conservatives' support, though, remained pretty solid.
Well, it is neck and neck, and if for the NDP, we'll see what the results are when they start coming in after 8 o'clock. But for the NDP to win a third majority would be historic. That has never happened in British Columbia history. 2 terms, but not 3 terms. So, yes, I don't think that I would even say that Conservatives are necessarily the underdogs. They've been riding on the coattails of Pierre Poilievre, who's very popular federally. Haven't, I think, presented themselves very well, but who knows?
And we
really don't know yet.
I guess the flip side of that coin is how the Conservatives campaign went. And they came into this campaign 28 days ago with British Columbians, almost half of them not happy with the direction the province was going in. But it seemed as the campaign went on, in fact, from the get-go, there was a lot of these so-called bozo explosions where the issues the Conservatives wanted to talk about were derailed by a candidate issue. Did the Conservatives fail to adequately respond to those in the moment? And could that cost them the election?
The remarkable thing is that despite being on the defensive for much of the campaign because of issues like that coming up from time to time, here we are with about 45 minutes to go until the polls close, talking about the possibility, at least, of John Rustad and the Conservatives forming a government. That's how close it seems to be. Look, I think part of the analysis tonight is going to be whether or not the grassroots-based campaign of the Conservative Party was sufficient to overcome what was clearly a very well-organized BC NDP campaign. And we'll see as the numbers come in from some of those battleground ridings that we've already talked about and that we and Judy knows well, whether or not what is essentially still a grassroots movement on the Conservative side has overcome that, what I think is generally better organization on the NDP side.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk more about this as the evening unfolds. Okay, throughout the evening, we're going to be going in depth into the issues that we just heard about, as well as getting some insight into the campaigns. CTV anchor Lauren Pullen is here in studio with that part of our coverage. Lauren.
Thanks, Mei-Jung. We have former longtime Liberal MLA and Cabinet Minister Mary Polak with us now, who is with Maple Leaf Strategies research consulting firm. I'll just wait till, there we go. Hi, Mary. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, nice to see you. Very well, thanks. Glad I'm not running.
Thanks so much for being here. Why are you glad you're not running?
Well, what a crazy world we live in, right? This is all changed. As Mike DeYoung, one of my former colleagues, just said, this could go any way. Everything's too close to call. So to be able to watch this from the sidelines and not have to be concerned for myself is a rare treat.
You don't have to sweat and stress tonight. Now, with your extensive political background and your role with Maple Leaf, you do have an incredibly unique perspective on the pulse of BC. What has stuck out for you most during the campaign, aside from just how tight it is?
Well, and this probably gets to how tight it is, but there was a real sense that all the different parties were trying to find that one ballot question that would motivate people to get to the polls. Usually by the time you get to the end of a campaign, you sense that there's one issue really taking over from everything else. We really didn't see that. We didn't see things land into one issue. If there's maybe one theme on the concern side from people, it's that things don't seem to be working. We've seen that in some of the clips leading into the segments that we've been doing tonight. There are concerns about who can do the job to fix it. Now tonight, as we watch the polls come in, we'll find out what the voters think about who can do that job.
Yeah, we certainly will. And you held several...
Sorry, gang, to interrupt again. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for everybody that's been so generous tonight. And trying to find something that's a little more interesting than CTV or global, because find somebody that's covering this that we want to listen to. We're going to go a little more rural. This is Kelowna now, so let's get this going.
That, but I don't think anything is a given, and I certainly have worked hard, but hey, there's still time.
Right. It has been a very strange campaign, hasn't it, where there was this BC United Party and then there wasn't. What was it like going through that as a candidate?
Well, it was different. It was obviously something that, we didn't necessarily anticipate. We didn't know how it would go. But, I'm very lucky because at the end of it all, I had the support and the encouragement from the BC United candidate, Pavneet Singh. So, you know what? It was challenging, but it was also very good that he ended up supporting me and my campaign in the end.
Right. Okay. As for the campaign, I must say it was a bit frustrating. We never did get you, right?
Peter, you got me now,
Kent. No, okay, this is what I wanted to ask you. Now that we're through all that, and you're quite likely to be our MLA, are we going to be able to talk to you more than we did, say, during the campaign?
Well, look, we'll see how this all plays out, because for me, the most important thing was really getting out and talking to my constituents. It was super important that I was able to be available to them on their doorsteps. And for me and how I feel about this is I'm going to be an MLA for the people and for my constituents.
Right.
And certainly I will talk to media when my time allows, and I have time tonight to do that, Kent.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, we've got a few ridings to look at. I appreciate this. Best of luck, and maybe we'll see you a little bit later on.
Sounds great. Thanks Kent.
It's hard to do this stuff. They're messing up. This is great. I'd rather piggyback from somebody that's just trying to get her done than CTV or Global or one of those bullshit stations. Although they can't leave us hanging for too long.
We're back, I think, so we're going to talk. Jason's just fixing a few things after we cut away there. You can see that we're on a green screen, right?
Absolutely. That we were not actually in front of beautiful daytime.
That's right. It is dark out there for sure.
Yeah.
And there's Kent Mulgat that was out there, and he got an interview with Tara Armstrong, the elusive Tara Armstrong. There you go. There's our nighttime shot. Jason was just changing the background for us. So there you go. Tara Armstrong.
Yeah.
The first we've heard out of her on Kelowna Now for sure. I think Global got a small interview with her.
Yeah, I mean, most of the Conservative candidates have been very elusive to the media, to any events, to the public in general, other than, what they say they're doing at the doors. I trust that they are. And I know from some of the campaign teams that have been working with them, they have been at the doors to some extent. But what I will say is that it's been very difficult to really understand what the Conservatives are about, what they want to see for the future, and what they're standing for. So let's hope that it's enough for them with just the likeness to the federal Conservatives and the desire for change from the NDP.
Maybe we should just get rid of the provincial Conservatives and just have the federal run us.
Well, I mean, that's definitely something that the NDP is truly part of the federal party.
They are.
As soon as we start getting numbers coming in from one of the other stations, we'll flip over. These guys don't seem to have numbers, but we will get to numbers as soon as they start rolling in. I'm keeping an eye out, so don't worry about a thing.
They belong to that party, don't they?
Yeah, they are all one. So it does happen in certain situations. I think the Liberals had at one time some affiliations as well with certain parties inside of provincial government.
BC Liberals were kind of part of the Liberals.
They were never part of it.
Oh, okay.
No,
just the name, right?
Just the name only.
And that's, I guess, why Kevin and you guys wanted to shed that name because of the unpopularity of the Liberal name.
Yeah, most definitely. I would say that also it's not really about the popularity of the name as much as it was it no longer meant what the party was about. When the party started, it was that like Heart on the left and Pocketbook on the right, and what was happening was an affiliation with an ideology that was much farther left than what most people were comfortable with, that were more in the center.
You liking this darker frame, anybody, or Jason?
Yeah, please comment. Yeah.
It is changeable.
It is changeable. There you go.
It's all good.
It is. That's what it looks like out there right now, too, right? So Kelowna, that's the backdrop there. We're in the landmark district, high atop here. So looking down over this beautiful city of ours.
Indeed.
And we do have, like the 4 ridings that we're going to talk about mainly, and that's the Kelowna Mission one, which you were a big part of, and then Kelowna Centre, the new riding, and then West Kelowna, Peachland, and then it's Lake Country, Vernon Coldstream, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually Kelowna, Lake Country, Coldstream.
Oh, so it's Kelowna. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a big riding.
A very big riding.
Population-wise, about the same, but it's just a large riding, right?
Yeah, when the Electoral
That's Joe Rich too, isn't it? That goes up there too, right?
Actually, it's Joe Rich is split between Kelowna Mission and Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream.
So I get those people are probably wondering where they vote, right?
There's a lot of confusion. And Big White has been petitioning to be a part of the Kelowna Mission riding for years and years.
The boundary country? Is that where they? Yeah,
boundaries
so
of Milkameen.
They have a ways to go. I imagine there's places to vote.
Well, and MLA Rolly Russell, the incumbent there that is running again tonight, he has never been to Big White, not in the 4 years that he was representing them, and never before in his life. So, I don't know as though they're represented super well when it comes to their MLA, but definitely we would always receive their phone calls and do whatever we could.
So let's talk a little bit about Kelowna Mission for a while. What are some of the issues that I guess you championed while you were there, and what are some of the issues you think need to be championed?
Well, Kelowna Mission, there's a lot of business owners. We have a large contingency of families, so definitely have a lot of the schools and the pressures that are found within schools. You look at the high schools that are in the riding. You got OKM and KSS. I mean, KSS is bursting at the seams, so there's a lot of
That's one of the main high schools here.
Yeah, a lot of communication about the schools, but there's also we have everything from farming to
big agricultural in that area.
Yeah,
too,
to
right?
businesses in the South Pandozi.
Sorry, gang, we'll check out another station and see what they're doing.
For whichever party forms BC's next provincial government. So the NDP is trying to protect ridings like this one, Surrey-Cloverdale. It's trying to win new ridings like Surrey-Serpentine River. And the Conservatives also see both ridings as battlegrounds for some of their strongest candidates. So let's take a look at this riding, Surrey-Cloverdale. For almost 30 years, it was a BC Liberal stronghold until 2020 when Mike Starchuk flipped it for the NDP. So he is the incumbent in this riding. But there's another incumbent, and that's the Conservatives' Eleanor Sturko. She is actually the incumbent from Surrey South, but decided to run in this riding. Now, you talked about redistribution. That has an impact here. Under these new boundaries, a big chunk of Surrey South is now a part of Surrey-Cloverdale. So, different parties have different policies and agree and disagree on different things, but everyone agrees that this is going to be a tight race, and it's hard to call.
Belle, thank you. That's Belle Puri, live tonight in Surrey-Cloverdale. And let's head now to Richmond Centre. The BC NDP flipped the riding in 2020, but barely. And a couple of prominent independents are making this campaign very interesting. And that's where we're catching up with the CBC's Karen Larson. Karen, where have we found you tonight? In your beautiful rain jacket.
Yeah, maybe not the best fashion choice, but a necessary one tonight, Gloria. Neither rain nor atmospheric river can stop us from bringing you the story from this riding, Richmond Centre. We are at a polling station at Richmond Secondary School, home of the Colts. It's been pretty steady, the voter traffic going in and out of the gymnasium here. Yeah, this is going to be a close riding, possibly a 3-horse race. NDP incumbent Henry Yao won here 4 years ago, but just by a fingernail, 179 votes. Flipping this to an NDP riding. In fact, 3 of the 4 Richmond ridings flipped to NDP 4 years ago, which was a big surprise given how this city tends to vote right of centre, at least it has for the last 3 decades. Yao is facing stiff competition, though, from BC Conservative candidate Han Chan. He's a former news anchor and talk show host at Fairchild Television. He's well known in the Chinese community, and there is a strong independent candidate, Wendy Yuen. She was supposed to be running for the BC United team, but when Kevin Falcon decided to fold that campaign, the BC Conservatives did not ask her to come over to their side, and she was not very happy about that. Yuen is a popular community volunteer. She's a businesswoman. She's been a player in the political scene for a number of years here. She might not get enough votes to win, but she certainly could play spoiler. Gloria?
Thank you very much for that, Karen. That is Karen Larson in Richmond Centre. Lots of battleground ridings in Richmond this evening. And we've just been hearing from our reporters, some of them that are out and about in the battleground Lower Mainland ridings. And a reminder, the polls are going to close in 32 minutes. And that's when our results desk is going to be really busy. And those 2 workhorses are Dan Burritt and Michelle Elliott, who will bring you the very latest results from all 93 BC ridings. Dan is going to be watching all of the contests in and around Metro Vancouver and bringing us results just as soon as we get them. Now, Dan, you can't win the election without doing very well in the Lower Mainland, which encompasses more than half of all the ridings in the province. So what races are you focusing on as we approach 8 p.m.?
As Frank Costanza of Seinfeld would say, this is the place to be. And there are plenty of ridings, as you mentioned, Gloria, where we will be watching where this election could be won from deep in the Fraser Valley all the way to Point Grey. I'm going to show you this map now that runs from Abbotsford Mission all the way down through Chilliwack, Langley, Maple Ridge, parts of North Vancouver, Port Moody, all through Richmond, Surrey-Cloverdale, as we've heard from already, Surrey-Serpentine, a new riding, Vancouver-Langara, and Vancouver-Yaletown, also a new riding. 6 new ridings, most of them here in Metro Vancouver. And when we call up these boards and call up these results, this is what you're going to see. We'll explain it in just a moment. The leader, the person ahead, will be the largest in the box here. If they have a star, that means they are the incumbent. You'll see their opponents on the other side. In this case, Surrey-Cloverdale, Eleanor Sturco is also an incumbent, but from a different riding. Surrey South, as we heard from Belle-Purée. This one will be very close to watch. We have a few others. Let's go to the Fraser Valley. Abbotsford Mission, Pam Alexis, the agriculture minister who won here in 2020 for the NDP, a big pickup for them. But Rian Gasper, a local realtor, wants to make sure that the Conservatives take this back from what is usually traditional right-of-centre territory. They've done well in the past when they were BC United. Vancouver-Langara, that new riding here in downtown Vancouver, encompasses about half of what is essentially the island of downtown. Terry Young for the NDP, retired Vancouver police inspector, going up against Melissa DiGenova, 3-time city councillor for the BC Conservatives, councillor in Vancouver, up against lawyer Dana Lynn McKenzie for the Greens. This is what the maps will look like, and these are just some of the ridings we will be paying very close attention to.
And of course, there are lots of battleground ridings right across BC. Michelle Elliott, tell us about some of the ones on Vancouver Island.
Yes, Jason, I didn't know we were making Seinfeld references tonight, but here's another one for you. This is Worlds Colliding in Victoria Beacon Hill, because it's another battle of the incumbents. And so this is NDP territory, Victoria Beacon Hill. It was held by Carol James for many years, and the incumbent in this riding is former Cabinet Minister Grace Lohr. She would love to hold on to this, but this is where Sonia Furstenau, the leader of the Green Party, has decided to run. She has left her old riding of Cowichan Valley in order to run here. She says she's very optimistic, and the Conservative candidate is lawyer Tim Thielman. So the question tonight is, will Sonia Furstenau's gamble, will it pay off? Over to Nanaimo, Lanceville. We've seen some heavy campaigning in Nanaimo this week. Both David Eby and John Rustad have been here making promises regarding health care. This is a new riding. Nanaimo was split up into 2, and this is the northern side. It's kind of anyone's game. The NDP is running George Anderson, who's a former Nanaimo councillor. Gwen O'Mahony is the Conservative candidate. She was actually an NDP MLA back in 2012 in Chilliwack, but she has moved over to the Conservatives. She says she's concerned about harm reduction policies of the NDP. She's concerned about decriminalization, and so she's running in Nanaimo, Lanceville for the Conservatives. The Green candidate is Lisa Versival, and she actually got nearly a quarter percentage points in the last election, so don't count her out as well. In the North Island now, let's go over there. This is also NDP territory. The incumbent is Michelle Babcock, and the Conservative candidate is physician Anna Kindy. The Greens are running marine biologist Nick Dedaluk. There is a lot of dissent here over the decline in forestry. These are forest-reliant communities. They're also very reliant on the Campbell River Hospital, and all these surrounding communities use that as a hub. That has been plagued with ongoing emergency room closures. So we'll see if there's been enough of that frustration to swing votes away from the NDP tonight. Jason,
right.
Gloria.
Thank you both very much. That's Michelle Elliott, Dan Burrett on our results desk. We're going to be checking with them early and often as soon as we start getting those results shortly after 8 p.m. And let's head to the island now. Nanaimo has been a city to watch over the last few weeks. Claire Palmer joins us now. Claire, you're based in Nanaimo, but where exactly have we found you tonight?
Right now, I'm at the Grand Hotel in Nanaimo, which is actually located in that Nanaimo-Lanceville riding. I'm at the NDP watch party, where we are expecting Sheila Malcolmson and George Anderson for the Nanaimo-Gabriola and Nanaimo-Lanceville ridings to join us after results. We're expecting that Nanaimo-Lanceville riding to be quite a toss-up, to be quite a battle, and so we'll be checking in regularly.
All right, Claire, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Claire Palmer in Nanaimo. Well, time now to bring in what we are calling our Political Watchers panel. We'll be checking in with them throughout the night for analysis. They'll give us some context on the issues that matter most to British Columbians: affordability, housing, public safety, and yes, the carbon tax. Shachi Kurl is president of the Angus Reid Institute and was the moderator of the leaders' debate that happened on October 8th. Mo Amir is the host of the This Is Van Colour podcast. He is also a member of On the Coast's Soapbox Social panel. And Ginger Gosnell Gosnell Myers is a fellow at the SFU WASC Center for Dialogue in Urban Indigenous Planning and Decolonization. So great to see all three of you. Shachi, let me start with you. You've had some time now to reflect on that debate. How do you think that changed the dynamic of this race, if at all?
Well, we definitely started to see some movement in terms of popular vote intention post-debate. I can tell you, being in that small, cold studio for an hour and a half, mano a mano with the leaders, just a few feet away from me, it at times felt and looked very different than I think it read on screens and in the way people interpreted what was happening. So I think ultimately it was not the night that John Rustad needed it to be in order to really make some decisive moves. But hey, you know, we don't know until 8 o'clock tonight, and I'm going to feel a lot better once we start seeing some preliminary results so that I can start calibrating what that looks like relative to what we were seeing when we released our last poll at the beginning of this week. And in the meantime, you know, election night, guys, is very, very stressful for pollsters. So I've got my snacks, I've got my chips, I've got my cookies, I've got my Haribo's. And if it all goes very badly wrong, I'm just going to eat my feelings. It'll be fine.
That sounds good to me. Mo, two questions for you. First, how's the heat in the studio today? And equally as important, what do you think voters are thinking about tonight?
It's really hot. I'm sweating bullets, but there is a fan. We brought in a last-minute fan, so that's all good. In terms of what voters are thinking, I don't think that this is a singular issue election, which is probably more reflective of the fact that we have overlapping crises in this province. So when I think what voters are thinking about, they're thinking about whether they're more dissatisfied with the status quo or if they're more fearful of the unknown. And I'm sure that there are many voters who are actually testing their tolerance for things like bigotry and conspiracy theories as well.
And Ginger, of course, we have all been following all the ups and downs of a campaign like this, the United implosion. How closely do you think the average voter has been watching all the drama play out these weeks?
Well, this is the most chaotic election I have ever seen, with the collapse of BC United and the rise of the BC Conservatives. And today we're in the midst of an atmospheric river, and we have a climate-denying party vying to form our next government. So I do see that there is concern about the BC Conservatives being largely unknown. And as Mo said, what we've heard and seen isn't great. We have folks who promote conspiracy theories, hold racist views, and it makes you question, are these good people? And I think that is what voters are thinking about before they cast their ballot.
All right. Looking forward to hearing from all three of you tonight. That's Shachi Curl, Mo Amir, and Ginger Gosnell Myers. They are our Political Watchers panel.
You think we need some snacks here at the table?
Yeah, where's our snack game right now?
Shachi, you made me a little envious there. Okay, take a look at the bottom of your screen. 23 minutes until the polls close. We're going to hear next from Chris Walker in Kelowna, who is standing by. The former BC Liberals dominated the interior of British Columbia in 2020. So what does that mean for the new Conservative Party of BC in the region? And can the NDP hold on to a couple of key ridings? We'll hear from them coming up in our BC Votes 2024 election special.
Well, thank you for joining us for BC Votes 2024. BC Conservative leader John Rustad has taken his party from no seats in the legislature to neck and neck with the BC NDP, according to recent polls. But in order to become premier, the rural politician needs to win seats in Metro Vancouver and on Vancouver Island. Mira Baines reports on how he plans to do that.
John Rustad is a small-town guy with big ambition. Born and raised in Prince George, his start in politics came after being faced with a decision on whether to leave BC and relocate his forestry-based consulting business to Calgary.
And I thought, no, I don't want to have to leave British Columbia. And that left me with two options. I either just live with it or I had to get involved and try to change it.
He likes to connect with people one-on-one, volunteering to take photos for strangers.
Ultimately, what it came down to was the fact that you could actually help people.
John Rustad.
Rustad, who is MLA for Nechako Lakes in northern BC, is a former Minister of Aboriginal Relations and Reconciliation under Christy Clark. Now he's on a bigger stage. Will his plain talk and rural roots translate to votes? He's had a meteoric rise in a few months. 2 years ago, Rustad was kicked out of the BC Liberals, now BC United, by leader Kevin Falcon after social media posts questioning climate science. Unfazed, he found a new political home, joining the BC Conservatives and becoming the party's leader. An idea that was discussed more than 20 years ago with former caucus colleague and BC Liberal Cabinet Minister Bill Bennett, who described him as an out-of-the-box thinker.
We did have a conversation about our frustrations with the BC Liberal Party and whether one of us might someday end up, with the BC Conservatives and might even end up as leader.
Since becoming leader last year, Rustad has been galvanizing the right and fast. As the sole BC Conservative in the House, he attracted more MLAs from his old party and support. Then a major shift, a deal with BC United. Leader Kevin Falcon agreed to suspend its campaign after an agreement with Rustad.
This is the right thing for us as a party.
Rustad is resourceful. He's putting his message out through the airwaves. Rustad has been interviewed by polarizing psychologist Jordan Peterson. There are questions over who his advisors are behind the scenes and whether his position on some issues is too extreme.
Everyone was kind of wondering, well, who is whispering in John's ear? I understand he's got a couple of young men who he trusts.
Here, Rustad is shaking hands with Vancouver is dying filmmaker Aaron Gunn, who is running for the federal Conservatives, and posing with federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Still, Rustad says his number one advisor is his wife, Kim, who he met at a theater production and married in 1995. Still, to win, the BC Conservatives need to crack riding-rich Metro Vancouver, including Surrey and Vancouver Island. Away from the crowds, his pet gray parrot at his home near Vanderhoof keeps him grounded. But those moments will be harder to find as Election Day approaches. Mira Baines, CBC News, Vancouver.
Hi, I'm Gloria Makarenko.
And I'm Jason D'Souza. This is BC Votes 2024, and we are now 19 minutes away from polls closing across the province. 93 seats are up for grabs, and the magic number, this is the one to remember all night, 47. If you get that, you form a majority government. And of course, Gloria, with polls this tight, there's a real uncertainty as to who might come out.
Well, and that's what makes a night like this so exciting, Jason. Now, chances are you noticed something different when you went to vote, because every 10 years, important changes are made to BC's electoral districts because of population growth. And this time around, 3 in 4 ridings have been changed in some way, either because their boundaries changed or because they were renamed, and often both. Well, Benit Brach looks at some examples and what it means for you.
This election, BC has added 6 ridings, growing from 87 to 93, mainly because of population growth. And many ridings have been redrawn or renamed, and some of them significantly to keep up with those changes.
This happens once every 10 years. It's led by an independent commission, and then Elections BC puts it into action. So I checked in with Elections BC, and here's what's important to know. So starting in Vancouver, the ridings in the heart of the city look like this.
After redistribution, Vancouver Little Mountain is new, with changes around it to Vancouver Yaletown and Vancouver South Granville.
Now, if we move a little bit to the east,
many ridings in this area have new names and new boundaries. So the new riding here straddles 2 cities. It's Burnaby, New Westminster. Created from portions of other ridings, including Burnaby South Metrotown, Burnaby East, and New Westminster Coquitlam.
Moving now to Surrey,
which picks up an additional seat and sees other big changes too. Surrey Serpentine River was created from parts of nearby districts like Surrey Cloverdale, Surrey Panorama, and Surrey Fleetwood. The boundaries have also reorganized for the newly named Surrey City Centre and Surrey North.
And in Langley, 2 existing seats are now 3.
Langley Walnut Grove has been carved out from the newly named Langley Willowbrook and Langley Abbotsford.
Okay, let's get to Greater Victoria, and there's a new seat in the suburbs.
Langford Highlands has been carved out, and the rest of that district is now Wandafuka Malahat.
And in the interior, there's a new seat called Kelowna Centre.
It's created from other districts including Kelowna Mission and the newly named and redrawn West Kelowna Peachland and Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream to the north. While polls close shortly, we'll have all the results for BC's newly elected government coming up soon.
Well, CBC Kelowna's morning show host Chris Walker joins us now from Kelowna. That is where he's been talking to voters at a polling station. Chris, you've been covering the interior election story every morning on your program, of course. Tell us, where are you right now?
We're at Trinity Baptist Church here in Kelowna, one of the biggest polling stations in the city. The weather here in Kelowna, cold and wet, not quite like the Lower Mainland, but cold and wet all day. We're straddling two ridings, Kelowna Centre here, Kelowna Mission just around the corner, a former BC United stronghold. Now in 2020, the Conservatives did not even run a candidate there. They've gone from literally 0 votes to being the heavy favourite in that riding. So, a couple things to think about tonight in the Okanagan and the Kootenays. One, how complete is the BC Conservative takeover of the interior? This crop of candidates, a very different brand than the Okanagan is used to. Much further to the right, not as well known, motivated by the pandemic. How much of a hold do they have on the Conservative movement here? Another question, how will independents do? For the answer to that, look east to the Rocky Mountains. Tom Shapitka there in Kootenay Rockies might have the best chance of any independent, a former BC United MLA, popular guy. If he wins big, it could be a good sign for independents around the province. And lastly, can the NDP hold or even pick up seats from growing cities in the Okanagan? In Kelowna Centre, where we are now, a big NDP push to elect Loyal Wooldridge, a popular city councillor. And of course, polls close in 15 minutes? So results will start to come in shortly.
Chris, thank you very much. That is the CBC's Chris Walker in Kelowna. We'll be hearing from him throughout the evening.
Yes, but now let's head to northern BC. We're connecting with Andrew Kuriata in Prince George. He's at the Conservatives Watch Party. So what are you keeping an eye on there?
Yeah, well, much like Chris, really the story here is where do those BC United voters go? This is an area that has been a BC Liberal stronghold for more than 20 years. But before that, it did vote for the BC NDP. And we also have a lot of independent incumbents in this region. Where I am right now, the Prince George Mackenzie riding, Kyle Giddens was originally running for BC United, but when that party imploded, he jumped over to the BC Conservatives. That meant that Rachel Weber, who had been the candidate for the Conservatives, was kicked out. And now she's running as an independent, saying that this Conservative Party is too far left-leaning, and she is the real Conservative candidate. To the south of us, in the Prince George North Caribou riding, we have Coralie Oakes, a BC United MLA, who is running as an independent. To the north, we have Dan Davies and Mike Bernier, both BC United MLAs, running as independents as well. And then in Prince George Valemount, that was where Shirley Bond, a very popular politician, has decided to leave politics. And there is some thinking that there might be enough people upset about what happened to her that either they vote NDP or they stay home. Weather, not really an excuse. It was a beautiful day here except for one big downpour, but we will find out in, as we said, about 15 minutes time.
Thank you, Andrew. It is raining outside our studios here downtown Vancouver right now. That's Andrew Kuriata in Prince George at the watch party for the BC Conservatives.
Rain in Vancouver? Who could have seen this coming? My goodness. Back to our result desk now. Starting at 8 o'clock, Dan Burt and Michelle Elliott will be breaking down all 93 ridings across British Columbia, tallying the vote share, calling those races at the earliest possible moment. Michelle, Dan, we've just heard from some of our reporters in the interior and the northern parts of the province. Seems like a good time to talk about the role of independents in this election. Which races might they factor in, do you think?
Yeah, Jason, as Beyonce once said, independents, throw your hands up. And they sure did in this election. There's a record number of independent candidates. But we are going to focus in on 5 of them because they are the former BC United MLAs who were left flying out in the wind when that party's campaign imploded. And so they have decided to run as either independent or unaffiliated. Let's go to West Vancouver Capilano now. And the independent candidate is Corinne Kirkpatrick, former BC United. She was the housing critic there. And she actually pulled out. She wasn't going to run in this election. But once BC United folded its campaign, she was very unhappy about how that was all handled. And so she threw her hat back into the ring and has decided to run as an independent here. And let's head over to To the interior, you heard from Chris Walker about the Kootenay Rockies. The independent candidate, former BC United MLA, is Tom Shapitka. He's been there a long time, and as you heard from Chris Walker, he may be seen as a bellwether for the other independents running in this election. Pete Davis is the Conservative candidate there. In Prince George, North Caribou, again, we heard from Andrew Kuryatta there. Coralie Oakes is the independent candidate. She also chose to run independent, saying that there was a need for a more centrist party in this election. Now, there are two more, and let's head over to the northeast corner of the province. Dan?
Big ridings here, as Andrew Kuryatta has mentioned, from Prince George. Peace River North. Jordan Keeley, the Conservative, going up against Ian McMahon for the NDP. But it's Dan Davies, the incumbent, who was a BC United MLA. Interesting to see whether or not he can pull a victory out, as perhaps with incumbent strength. Up as well is Peace River South, where another incumbent and independent is running. Mike Bernier, former BC United MLA, going against Larry Neufeld for the Conservatives and Marshall Bigsby for the NDP.
All right, Dan, Michelle, thank you very much. Dan, Bert, Michelle, Elliot on our results desk this evening. We're going to be hearing from them throughout the night.
Yeah, look at that. 11 minutes until the polls close, and we've got much more ahead. Catherine Cullen is a senior reporter at CBC's Parliamentary Bureau, host of CBC Radio's The House. Tonight, she's here in Vancouver, putting this race into context with other provincial races happening across the country this month, as well as the federal picture. Stay with us. That's coming up. BC NDP leader and Premier David Eby is running for another term, but who is he? What exactly is he pitching to voters? CBC's Katie DeRosa brings us a closer look at his background, his promises, and the expectations.
Iva, are you going to babysit Gwen when you're older?
Yeah.
Yes? Yeah, definitely.
During a busy day of campaign events, BC NDP leader David Eby interrupts a water fight between 5-year-old Iva and 10-year-old Ezra as his wife Kaylee cradles their 2-month-old daughter Gwen. While his kids look to him for snacks and piggybacks, British Columbians are looking to him for answers on some of the province's biggest issues. Can they afford to buy or rent a home? Why are they spending so much on groceries and gas? And are they safe walking down the street? The public has known David Eby for the last 20 years, first with Pivot Legal and then the BC Civil Liberties Association. In 2013, he knocked then Premier Christy Clark from her seat in Vancouver Point Grey, cementing his reputation for challenging the establishment. Now he is the political establishment, fighting to extend the NDP's mandate by 4 more years. Eby says he learned long ago that ideals might drive you, but reality grounds you.
I was thinking about my first day on the job at Pivot when I got a call from a housing advocate and said, "Oh, I understand you're the new housing lawyer. What are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to shut down those slumlords." And the housing provider said, "You're an idiot. You're so stupid. I can't believe you have this job." He's like, "Well, where do you think people are going to live if you shut down the slumlords, smart guy? They're going to end up in the streets. So you made everybody homeless." It's really about learning and understanding that your assumptions about what should be done may be challenged. And the key is listening to the people you're supposed to be representing.
Eby was selected by NDP members, not voters, to be premier. And nearly 2 years since stepping in for John Horgan, Eby will be making the case to voters that he and the NDP can make life better for them. Ravi Kahlon, a close ally, insists Eby's policies have improved people's lives, pointing to their housing policies and crackdown on short-term rentals.
For the first time in almost decades, we're seeing rents come down across British Columbia.
Eby's critics say the only changes British Columbians have seen are more random attacks, open drug use, and clogged emergency rooms. Eby has also come under fire for reversing course on key issues like the carbon tax, involuntary care, and drug decriminalization. Veteran BC United MLA Shirley Bond, who has watched 4 premiers govern since she was elected in 2001, says the reversals smack of political opportunism.
Now, to do that on the eve of an election call certainly does cause some skepticism in British Columbia. And
do you think Ezra wants some water?
Yeah.
Yes.
Eby says it shows he's listening to the public.
I think people have the space to say, if you try something and it's not working, have the courage to pull it back and try something different.
But whether enough British Columbians believe they're being heard is a question that will weigh heavy on Eby until Election Day. Katie DeRosa, CBC News, Victoria.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Awesome, guys.
Oh, where did they go, guys? This is real time.
Hi there, I'm Jason D'Souza.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Earlier when the computers were, or pardon me, it was freezing up, I had been working my computer too hard, and I'm not paying attention to myself right now. Like, I wasn't watching, so until I found out, that's why it was.
I'm Gloria Makarenko,
delayed.
and you are watching out in the midst of a political shift in federal politics. Catherine Cullen joins us now. Catherine is the host of CBC Radio's The House and a senior reporter at CBC's Parliamentary Bureau. We're so happy she's here in Vancouver tonight to help put our race into context. Catherine, hello there.
Hey, Gloria. So happy to be here.
Well, it's so interesting
Results
to see,
are coming up very
much
shortly.
of the country embracing conservative governments. I guess the exceptions till now, Manitoba and British Columbia. The federal Liberals right now, unpopular.
We hope.
How have you seen, David Eby kind of position himself in relation to Justin Trudeau in this campaign?
Well, there's no question, even before the campaign, he has been distancing himself from the Prime Minister. Think back to June when he said that he was frustrated with the amount of money that Quebec was receiving for the incredible number of asylum seekers. He talked about showering money on the province of Quebec. You look at September, the comments that David Eby made about the carbon tax and how he would get rid of it were it not for the federal backstop. I've had the chance to speak to David Eby and his team over the past few months. It's clear to me that their frustration with the federal government is a genuine one. That said, while it may be genuine, there is something of a political advantage to trying to distance yourself from an unpopular government. At the same time, Justin Trudeau tonight would probably prefer to see David Eby remain in power. They are ultimately more like-minded. Also, if the NDP is re-elected, that's an example of an incumbent government that manages to stay in power despite the palpable frustration in the electorate.
It was interesting to see when BC United was still a part of this campaign, both Kevin Falcon and John Rustad vying to try to be seen as the provincial equivalent to the federal Liberals and the popularity of Pierre Poilievre. But I wonder, to what extent do you think Pierre Poilievre will look at John Rustad as a political ally?
Well, you'll know, listen, there hasn't been some sort of like full-throated embrace over the course of this campaign. He hasn't endorsed John Rustad, but Pierre Poilievre doesn't endorse premiers or provincial politicians. And if you look at it, if he were to do that, then he would be facing questions in Ottawa. Well, for instance, do you share Mr. Rustad's views on climate change and the role that human beings play in that? At the same time, there's no question that John Rustad has gleaned an advantage from Mr. Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre has attacked David Eby more than any other premier in this province. That's because it serves Pierre Poilievre's purposes. Helps John Rustad too, and we've seen Rustad adopt that language, right? Axe the tax, talking about drug dens as another term for supervised consumption sites. So certainly there's a relationship there. I know there are going to be federal Conservatives in Ottawa who are going to be watching to see how are the issues that the two men are talking about, how big a role do they play in the campaign, and what is that appetite for change like in British Columbia right now.
Catherine, I am so glad you are here with us with your eyes on the race along with us. We'll check in with you later on, all right?
Thank you.
CBC's Catherine Cullen. And now let's check in with Stephen Quinn and our Insiders political panel.
Gloria, thank you so much. And Mosa Hoda, Rachel Siegel, and Pete Fry with us as our Insiders panel. Talking a moment ago, or just coming off what Catherine just said, we were talking earlier about whether the BC Conservatives were capitalizing on perhaps some confusion between the BC Conservatives and the popularity of the federal Conservatives. As I said earlier, conservatism kind of riding high in Canada right now. What do you think about that, Rachel? Do you think they benefited?
I think there's certainly a benefit, but I think the correlation between John Rustad here and Pierre Poilievre in Ottawa is that they're both putting out this message of change. And so that is what really seems to be resonating with people federally and also here in British Columbia. And so I think that message and this feeling that we need to do things differently, that people are struggling, they want answers as to why, that's the commonality between those two levels of government.
So Mo, do you think it's just a coincidence then that we hear things like common sense and axe the tax and exactly the same words coming out of John Rustad's mouth that we hear?
No, it's not. And they're taking that from the Conservatives federally, and the Conservatives federally are taking it from Donald Trump, and they're using the same language to try to appeal to a subset of the vote base. And that's a clear part of their strategy. The Conservatives in British Columbia would not have had any momentum if it wasn't for the Conservatives federally.
And Pete, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, of course, you can't reflect on any of this without looking at how the BC Liberals disastrously tried to change their name to distance themselves from that conservative liberal binary on federal politics. And I think the outcome speaks for itself, where BC United is BC what?
All right. Thank you again, all three of you, and back to the desk.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. And look at that, Gloria, 2 minutes.
Can you believe it? Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. 2 minutes away from the closing of the polls. We are expecting results to come in quickly tonight. Now, performing their civic duty, that's what voters across the province have been doing today, and we caught up with some of them to ask why they're voting today.
One, we got the economy, that's a concern. We've got, people trying to make it as a family and afford things. 3, safety, and obviously we have a drug epidemic.
So I like David Eby, but I don't like NDP. I'm honest to say that.
I just want to keep a vote that's more progressive and for the people.
I don't have a place to put him in daycare yet, so that's obviously quite important for me.
There's some rain gear in that picture as well, of course.
Very much needed today.
Heavy rain in so many areas. So in just moments, the polls are going to close across the province. And an important note for anyone who is still in line to vote, just stay there, because as long as you're in that lineup by 8 p.m., you do have a right to cast your vote. So CBC News will be here as the votes are counted, bringing you the results of how British Columbians cast their ballots across this province. And soon, very, very soon, we're going to know which party is going to form government and who will be your next premier in British Columbia.
So stay with us throughout the evening as we travel right across the province for reaction and, of course, those results you can watch right here on CBC Television, CBC Gem, our free app, the streaming channel, YouTube, TikTok, our website as well. Pretty much anywhere you can find CBC. We'll be on there, folks.
We got you covered.
And as soon as those polls close, we are going to be welcoming listeners across CBC Radio 1 and the CBC Listen app. Stay with us. This is going to be an exciting night.
It's 8 p.m. Pacific, 9 Mountain, and across the province, from the shores of Okanagan Lake to the Sunshine Coast, from the Rocky Mountains to the Coast Mountains, from the busy streets of Burnaby's Metrotown to the township roads of the Peace, the polls have closed. British Columbians are deciding today who they want to form their next provincial legislature.
Will they decide to stand firm behind David Eby and the NDP?
BC is a place where everyone can build a good life. I know I've got more work to do, that our government's got a lot more work to do, but we won't stop until the job is done.
Or is it time to try something new and make history by voting in a BC Conservative government?
If we want them to be able to stay in this province, we need to address the core reason of why they're thinking of leaving. They need to be able to have hope and optimism for a future. They need to be able to afford to live in this province and to raise a family.
Or will British Columbians elect enough Greens or Independents that we might end the night with a minority government?
If we want less polarization, if we want more focus on solutions, we have to get away from a winner-takes-all two-party system, and you have to elect enough Greens to prevent that from happening.
You are looking at a shot of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia in Victoria. It's the home of BC's government, now 93 seats strong. Well, it is time to tally the votes in BC's 43rd general election. We are bringing you everything you need to know, up-to-the-minute results and analysis from our studios in downtown Vancouver, with coverage from reporters in towns and communities all around BC. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Gloria Makarenko.
And I'm Jason D'Souza. Welcome to British Columbia Votes 2024. Now, this is important. If you're still in line waiting to vote, stay there. While the polls may have closed now, you still have the right to cast your ballot as long as you were in that line before 8 p.m., so stay in that line. And tonight, British Columbians will elect a new government. How new? How different? Well, that is what we're here to find out.
Exactly. And we're going to take you around the province where the CBC has reporters in the field from Prince George to Kelowna to Victoria to Surrey at watch parties and in key ridings. We're going to visit our results desk early and often as the new makeup of the legislature starts to take shape. We'll get a national perspective, how BC fits into the broader Canadian picture from Catherine Cullen, host of CBC Radio's The House and a senior reporter in CBC's Parliamentary Bureau. And we'll have 2 expert panels to break down the races for you.
Well, let's take a quick look at some of our teams stationed across the province now. We have 10 reporters out in the field this evening across all parts of BC. That includes Katie DeRosa at NDP headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Mira Baines is with John Rustad and his supporters in Vancouver. And Gregor Craigie with Sonia First Now and supporters in Victoria. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the province, Claire Palmer is monitoring all things Vancouver Island from Nanaimo, where the Conservatives are trying to pick up some seats. Here in Metro Vancouver, we have Karen Larson in Richmond, where there are several tight races. And Belle Puri watching the all-important Surrey ridings. Chris Walker is in Kelowna watching the situation in the Okanagan and the Kootenays. And Andrew Kuriata in Prince George, a Conservative stronghold where independence might be a factor tonight. And Gloria, of course, we can't talk about this election day without also talking about the weather.
Oh, no kidding. What a day it was. So that's the scene on the streets of Surrey, where drivers grappled with pooled water and flooded roads, where numerous rescues were needed amid road closures throughout the region. Relentless, heavy rain hitting the area starting yesterday afternoon has caused significant flooding throughout Metro Vancouver. And some voting places in the province have been impacted by this atmospheric river, too. Throughout the day, some polling stations closed due to power outages.
See who gets over this line first.
And if you did show up to vote, you may have been redirected to an open
thank you,
poll.
Nafisa. After 7 years in power, the NDP carries the weight of voter frustration on the affordability crisis.
This was Deep Cove earlier, where a stream overflowed its banks and caused flooding. The North Shore Emergency Operations Center says the amount of rain that occurred in such a short period of time overwhelmed the storm system. Officials say several dozen houses were flooded, and North Shore Rescue say they are now assisting with flood-related evacuations.
House prices, health. So the Conservatives definitely needing to get some ridings, some wins on the island, and it looks like they're leading in Nanaimo right now.
Well, I'm not sure who is at the, and we'll see it in a few moments, I'm sure, at the Conservative Party headquarters. But they are probably, for the moment at least, feeling pretty good about what they see.
Okay, let's turn it over now to Nafisa Karim.
All right, we've been looking at the ranges in terms of the seat projections. Earlier, the margins were quite wide, but first I want to remind you, 47 is the number required for a majority government. Right around when the polls closed, we were predicting a seat range of 35 to 64, the NDP. But look, it has narrowed between 37 and 54. And look at the Conservatives. We are now very close here with a range of 35 to 52. 10 minutes ago, that range was way down here, 27 to 52. And what we're seeing is changes in the predicted seats for the Greens and the Independents. So right now, within the first minutes of results coming in, the race is narrowing. It is getting tighter. We'll see who can get to the magic number of 47 if they do get there at all. Mi Jung.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. As she mentioned, the race is tightening up. Conservatives doing well. Let's take a look at Vancouver Point Grey. Of course, the riding of David Eby. Only a 35 vote lead right there. He is expected to win, I believe.
I think that's right. I'm sure Chip Wilson is one person who probably did not vote for David Eby tonight.
Do you think the Chip Wilson factor played a role at all, Judy?
Well, Chip Wilson, I think, did David Eby and the NDP a lot of favors. You know, a billionaire who has the most expensive house, I believe, in the province.
That's right.
Putting up huge billboards in front of his house.
Okay, we've got Port Moody, Burke Whitlam, NDP incumbent, still leading there. Of course, the Conservatives trying to make some inroads in these suburbs.
Well, we're going to watch Surrey, we're going to watch the suburbs, and John, we're going to see whether that breakthrough happens. We've seen a few of the early returns out of Surrey that are very interesting. And of course, we've already identified what some of the key ridings there would be. And for the moment, at least, the Conservatives have something to celebrate.
How does it feel? It's the first time in 30 years you haven't been personally invested in these outcomes.
It's very exciting, isn't it? And to have the returns come in as quickly as they are, I think is great for the viewers and great for people that the 1.7 million British Columbians that got out there to vote can see the results of what they did.
Do you wish you're running this election?
Not at all. Not at all. It was, I was ready to leave. I was ready to leave. And I don't think people should hang on longer than, there were wonderful people coming up behind me and,
two terms was a little closer. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, well, the BC Greens, they tried to present themselves as an alternative to the NDP, and Conservatives hoping for a minority government at CTV.
Oh, my God, guys. How close can it get?
Victoria.
Oh, shit. Come on. Come on.
Are here, but I'm actually going to say that that's way too conservative. There are definitely upwards of 100 people. The speeches have begun and the watch party is very much on. Green leader Sonia Furstenau has moved to home to Victoria Beacon Hill. The riding has been an NDP stronghold for decades, and the party also has a new candidate in its other incumbent riding of Saanich North in the Islands. Furstenau has arrived to a standing ovation here at the party. She kept her speech brief, thanking folks for their support and saying she's worked hard to bring joy to politics.
In 2017, at the end of our campaign in Cowichan, I was interviewed on the day after, and I said that we campaigned with love in our hearts. And I went into this campaign absolutely determined to campaign with love in our hearts, because politics needs a whole lot more love.
What's going on?
There are 68 Green candidates on the ballot this race. More than a dozen of them are expected to be here tonight. And I can tell you that word joy keeps coming up tonight in some of the early speeches. There's tons of smiles, lots of laughter here at the Green Party tonight so far.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. These results are pretty interesting. It's a very tight race. We've got the Conservatives leading or elected in 46, the NDP leading or elected in 45. They're trailing. Judy, your reaction?
Well, I'm looking at Metro Vancouver, which is the area where most of the swing ridings are going to be, and the NDP certainly is leading there compared to the Conservatives. It all depends which polls have come in. The NDP has always felt it was going to be really tight. I've always felt it was going to be very tight, and I think we're just going to see that continue to unfold until the results are all in.
It's kind of amazing how early we're seeing these results, though, because I know Elections BC said historically was 45 minutes after the polls closed, they'd start getting the first results out.
Okay, Lauren Dirksen has been reelected in Caribou, Chilcotin. That's not a surprise. It's the gains they need, right?
It is the ridings they need to hold, the gains that they need, and what I think is really interesting is as we watch these returns. Here's another NDP
heavily favored in Vancouver West End.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
No surprises whatsoever.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Mike. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say as we watch these returns come in, and it's early days, it's early moments, but can the Conservatives pick up those seats in the suburbs that they need to stay in the race and to form government?
And we knew Adrian Dix was going to go back to Victoria. Absolutely. He's one of the safest NDP seats I think in the province.
If you think about Vancouver with the 12 seats there, the Conservatives would probably be happy to come out of tonight with 3 of those. So I would expect...
They'd be happy with that. They'd like to split Surrey, and they'd like to pick up seats east of Surrey.
Mm-hmm. They've probably got to pick up the bulk of the Fraser Valley if they want any chance of winning, I would think.
If the Conservatives are going to form government, they have to pick up all those Chilliwack, Langley, Abbotsford seats.
Ward Stormer's been reelected. And
Mayor.
Victoria Beacon Hill, look at that. Sonia Furstenau in the lead, but a very narrow lead, but early on.
Yeah, Tim Tillman, he actually ran quite a high-profile campaign. He had some interesting online ads. He's a gentleman who's blind and sort of had quite a clever, funny commercial involving that, but I don't think he's going to prevail there. But amazing to see.
Pretty strong NDP seat. So Sonia Furstenau, who I thought acquitted herself very well in the leaders' debate, has developed, I think, a very strong reputation, positive reputation in the House. Can she beat the incumbent Grace Laurie from the NDP? That, too, would be bad news for the NDP.
That would be it.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about Surrey. St. John Alexander is live in Surrey, Cloverdale, at the campaign office of Conservative candidate Eleanor Sturko. St. John?
It's been fascinating to watch the results come in. I've heard, it's like an early Christmas present, like, this is so hard, the reaction. The TV's just over there, and the reaction has been quite something else. Okay, so we have Bianca here, we have Deborah here. They are volunteers with the campaign. What are you thinking so far? We'll start with you.
I'm almost ready to have a heart attack.
What do you think? Are you feeling positive? What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling positive. Eleanor's an excellent candidate, and she's going to serve this riding very, very well.
We got to talk about the weather today because it was crazy. I know you're volunteers. You were out there, and especially this riding when it's so close, you've got to make sure and get every vote out. So what was it like out today? What was the plan?
We were drenched. So we were out today. We had a log fall over the road and people clearing it away so we could keep going. But we were out there, so we were so determined to get the vote out today.
Okay, and what do you think of the results so far, you guys? What are you guys seeing in terms of the speed of it all coming in?
It is so fast, but I am just so excited. I cannot believe that this is happening. We just came from nothing, and now we're neck and neck. So I'm really excited here.
Okay, we haven't heard yet about this riding, but we do know that Eleanor Sturko is watching privately. Her campaign manager is with her, and when she gets the results, she is going to come back here no matter what happens. We'll send it back to you.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, thank you, Sam. We've been chatting and watching all these results. Some really close races happening in many ridings.
In areas that we perhaps didn't expect to see close races.
Brent
Chapman, who attracted his share of attention during the campaign and seems to be into an early lead in Surrey South.
Well, the Conservatives think he's going to win.
Well, at the moment, it looks like he will.
And that one is
Battleground, Surrey, sorry to interrupt you, but another lead for the Conservatives at the moment. Early days, 6 out of 15 reporting.
That's pretty close.
Brian Tepper.
That's a pretty solid NDP riding, though, isn't it, Judy?
Yes, it has been. Not consistently, but mainly it has been solid NDP.
Trailing. Yeah, Rashna Singh was also trailing. We've got the Jag Group Brar trailing in Surrey Fleetwood. So right now the Conservatives are holding their own in these suburbs.
In the interior in Surrey, we've seen 4 ridings where they do have a lead. Jag Group Brar has been elected multiple times there.
In the areas that they need to be winning, the Conservatives are winning. In the areas where they need to pick up at the moment, they seem to be picking up seats.
Randy Neal, former broadcaster, leading in Powell River for the NDP.
Yeah, no, this is, it's obviously a start the Conservatives would be very pleasantly. I mean, North Surrey is an area where I think they would have conceded seats to the NDP, but Rachna Singh at the moment behind in that seat.
Jenny Sims behind, Singh behind. I mean, those are not the results. Those are not the results that I think people were expecting out of Surrey.
And I've not seen an independent who's winning yet. I saw Coralie Oakes was behind in her riding. No surprise there without the party behind them. The North Island's a seat the Conservatives have been very hopeful to win. The incumbent there for the NDP winning, though, and we've seen a flip now.
Okay, now NDP is ahead in Nanaimo.
This is going to keep going back and forth, and forth.
And now Jody Tour had some controversy. The NDP were trying to raise some issues about her credentials,
she
but
had
she's
a doctor
leading.
in front of her name.
She called herself doctor and gave the impression she was a medical doctor. When
if you have a look at Kelowna Centre, you see the potential impact of an independent candidate, where the NDP may be in a position to win a seat they would never ordinarily
That's where the doctor, Hoomer, is running as an independent, formerly BC United.
Headphones, I think,
we presently see the Conservative candidate second place behind.
I could use some radio headphones right now, Gloria. I won't lie. I won't lie.
A raucous crowd in Victoria where our Gregor Craigie is. It feels like a sports match, both, I'm sure, in that crowd right now. And when you look at these results, a dead heat. The NDP, 45 seats that they're leading or elected in. The Conservatives as well. And the Greens, as we just heard, excited by that 3.
Well, and we were talking earlier about Elections BC saying, first of all, they were going to release the results of the advanced polls. Now it's all mixed in. We've got same-day results and we've got advanced polls coming in.
And these numbers will continue to come in. Lots to watch for. Why don't we chat with our political watchers panel. Shachi Curl, when you look at the numbers so far, does it galvanize pollsters across the province?
I mean, I'm galvanized. I'm also hitting refresh repeatedly on Elections BC, trying to get those numbers in real time. It looks like we're going to have about 1 million votes counted as we speak, out of registered about 3.5 million. So we're very much on the way to starting to see the trend emerging. But hey, from the beginning of this campaign, it was that the trend was going to be pretty tight, and it is certainly turning out that way. And this is where I start to wonder the impacts and the effects of what that atmospheric river may have done in terms of turnout, particularly in Metro Vancouver. A friend of mine, Daniel Stockmeyer, is a professor at the University of Ottawa, penned a research study back in 2018 and found that for every millimeter of rain on election day, that depressed voter turnout by 0.1%. Now, I'm not going to make you do all the math with me, but what that could, I have done the math, and what that could actually result in is almost 100,000 fewer voters if they just looked out the window and went, nope. Now, that's worst case scenario. We'll see. But it certainly has me thinking about turnout.
Wow, I guess that's what happens when you have an atmospheric river across so much of the province on election day. All right, Shachi, thank you very much. We'll hear more from our panel throughout the evening. Right now, let's go back to those results. Dan, Michelle?
We already have some changes. If you are looking at the board, the NDP up 47, the Conservatives 44. Let's look over here. The seat change in Surrey Delta, the NDP down 6 seats. This is big. The Conservatives up 9. Let's have a look at some of those results right now. And we have another flip if you're looking at the screen. Conservatives at 40, leading in 49, the NDP at 42, the Greens at 2. We'll call up some results here. Riding results, Surrey Cloverdale, Eleanor Sturko leading by 3 votes over Mike Starchuk. This is, again, battle of the incumbents. Judy Mayer, no photo, sorry, with 1 vote there. Very close, again. Don't have the how many polls reporting, that's all right. Surrey Fleetwood, incumbent Jagrup Bar, longtime MLA, leading by 81 votes, or Avtar Gill, just over 3,100 votes there. 10 of 19 polls reporting. We're starting to see a plurality. And Surrey North, Mandeep Dhaliwal for the Conservatives, leading by almost 1,000 votes over the incumbent New Democrat, Rachna Singh.
And let's head over now to Surrey Guildford and the Conservative candidate Hanveer Singh Randhawa leading by 108 points, 8 votes over the NDP incumbent Gary Begg. 11 of 19 polls reporting right now. In Surrey Panorama, the Conservative candidate Brian Tepper leading by 283 votes over the NDP incumbent Ginny Sims. 11 of 15 polls reporting there. And Surrey Serpentine River, this is another one to watch. The Conservative candidate Linda Hepner leading by 230 votes over the NDP candidate Baltej Singh Dillon. 13 of 19 polls reporting. Thank you very much to Michelle and to Dan. And oh my goodness, I feel like I'm watching a sporting match tonight. The way things are bouncing around, this is like a ping pong match. I don't know. Conservatives now leading in 49 ridings, NDP in 42, and the Greens leading in 2 ridings. Back to Stephen Quinn and his political panel.
Thank you, Gloria. And just thinking about those ridings outside of Metro Vancouver and whether or not they made it out in all of the rain that came from that atmospheric river, we're looking at projected elected for the NDP in Delta North, Nanaimo, Gabriel Island, probably no surprise there, New Westminster, Coquitlam as well, and also, all of Vancouver seems to have gone the NDP's way. Mo, what are you looking at right now that is looking like it hasn't gone the NDP's way or isn't going the NDP's way that's concerning?
Sorry. The last numbers I saw was Jagrup, Ginny, and Rachna Singh were all losing in Surrey. That's a problem for us, and we have to flip those seats back into our column. Again, it's very early in terms of those results, so we'll just keep on waiting to see what's happening in Surrey. Same thing with Baltej Dillon and Linda Hepner. The margin is about 300 votes there. So some very tight races in Surrey, and how they shape up is what causes that chart to go from 49 to 45 to 42 to.
And we really are seeing that. I mean, I don't know. It's because we are seeing early returns. It looks like it's very volatile, but each return that comes in is just you sending the numbers up and down. Rachel, what are you concerned about right now?
I am also watching Surrey, not so much concerned, but very interested. I mean, as somebody that was in the war room for the 2020 campaign, that is always what we're watching. Surrey, those ridings are kind of this bellwether of the province itself. I'm also interestingly watching Coquitlam Burke Mountain, which is we're leading in.
Yeah.
That was Joan Isaac's seat, which we lost. And then Fraser Nicola, Jackie Taggart, who was a BC Liberal MLA for a long time, were winning there as well, whether or not we'll hold that seat. So some of those seats that were BC United MLAs, I'm watching to see whether or not we'll hold.
And Pete Fry, Green Party, now leading in 2 ridings, and still no one declared projected elected just yet.
No, it looks like Jeremy Valeriot's still maintaining a pretty good lead, and Rob Botterill in Saanich, North Islands, also a good lead. I'm watching Victoria Beacon Hill, not looking as favorable, but it's still early with polls coming in. I'm rather astonished to see Richmond and Surrey turning as blue as they are, as quickly as they are, but it's still early in the night.
All right. Thank you again, all 3 of you. Back to the desk.
Hold that thought, Pete Fry. It's still early in the night, and there's so much going on. I want to show you right now. When we're talking about close races, take a look at this. The 10 closest races right now that are separated by fewer than 100 votes, including Surrey Cloverdale, Surrey City Centre, Cowichan Valley, Vernon Lumby, North Island, Surrey Fleetwood, Wandafeuca, Malahat. Right there you see 5 Conservatives leading, 2 NDP leading. What that would look at, the difference, again, fewer than 100 votes. So these would be the party standings if those seats were to go Conservative. 48 for the Conservatives, 43 NDP, 2 for the Green. Now, what if we were to flip that? And again, when you have just a handful of votes separating some of those, a completely different picture. 48 for the NDP and 43 for the Conservatives. And again, the Greens, they were leading in 3 at one point, Jason, now down to 2.
Razor edge of a majority situation for both parties. Certainly compelling to watch right now. Pete Fry alluded to this earlier, but there are 2 Greens who are leading in their ridings right now, Gloria. Sonia Furstenau is not one of them.
Right.
In Victoria Beacon Hill right now, we can tell you that she is trailing. We'll show that to you in just a minute if you're watching on our visual platforms. But here is Grace Lohr, who has, you have to say, a healthy lead here, 2,779 votes. Grace Lohr, a cabinet minister in the past NDP government. She had the file of Minister of Children and Family Developments. And of course, Sonia Furstenau taking a risk by leaving the Cowichan Valley, where she was the past MLA for 2 elections, contesting this riding. And I can tell you right now, our decision desk can tell you that Grace Lohr will carry Victoria Beacon Hill. A big announcement. It means that Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau will be defeated in the capital city riding.
Well, she knew she took a risk by changing ridings. Jason, she went from a solid seat and a solid showing in the last election in Cowichan Valley. She decided to go to an NDP stronghold, and voters have sent their message.
All right, well, let's look at some of these riding results. Dan, Michelle, take us through some of them.
If riding results were a drinking game, people would be in a lot of trouble tonight. All right, let's look at some of these other share of votes in Vancouver. The NDP at almost 58%, the Conservatives at 33.2%, and we have seat changes. I think we could pull that up. The Greens at just over 8%. Let's look at seat change in Vancouver. NDP up 1, Conservatives up 1. Again, quite close. Tied essentially there. We're going to throw up some results for you here in Vancouver, Yaletown. Terry Young, NDP, leading by 780 votes over the Conservative Melissa D. Genova, 16 of 19 polls reporting. Up next, we have Vancouver Point Grey, David Eby, Premier, 2,200 vote lead over Paul Ratchford with the Conservative Party, 14 of 20 polls reporting. And one more, Vancouver Fraserview, George Chow, the incumbent, 1,900 vote lead for the NDP over Jag Sangera for the Conservatives.
And still in the Vancouver area, Vancouver-Langara, the NDP candidate Sudita Deer is leading by just 59 votes right now over the Conservative candidate Brian Brigette. 10 of 16 polls reporting there. We have a projected elected candidate in Vancouver, Little Mountain, the NDP candidate Christine Boyle, projected elected there, and John Cooper, the Conservative candidate, behind by 6,500 votes there. And another projected elected in Vancouver, Kilchenna, Dallas Brody, the Conservative candidate, projected elected for Vancouver Kilchenna. And we've got another one for you in the Vancouver area. Vancouver South Granville. The NDP candidate Brenda Bailey is projected elected in Vancouver South Granville. Lots of results for you, Jason and Gloria.
No kidding. Michelle, Dan, thank you very much. And at this point in the evening, we've got lots of results. In fact, 63% of the results cast, the votes cast across the province, we're playing with those right now. There are 11 close races that are under 100 votes that are separating them. And this is the picture for the new Democratic Party right now. Overall, they've got a 45% share of the vote, but you can see, look along that right-hand margin. You can see how many points they are down by. In some areas, yes, it's 2.4. Fraser Valley, Northern Interior, down by 6. But there are some significant declines there for the NDP that helps to paint the picture of what we're seeing here this evening. Again, where we're sitting right now, Conservatives at 47, leading in 47. Oh, back to 46. That's flipping around. NDP leading in 45 ridings, and the Greens right now leading in 2. Let's take you to...
Just before we do that, Gloria, we have a result to bring to your attention. Vancouver Point Grey, NDP leader David Eby wins Vancouver Point Grey. We knew this had the possibility of being a close race. Of course, David Eby unseating former BC Premier and BC Liberal leader Christy Clark in this same riding, but he will carry Vancouver Point Grey. You know he's going to be happy about that, but I'm sure David Eby watching the broader story right now for his party.
Right. Well, speaking of that, let's head to NDP headquarters here in Vancouver, where Katie DeRosa is standing by. Katie?
Well, it's a bit of nervous energy here, but certainly cheers as NDP candidates get elected or projected to be elected. Adrian Dix, Brenda Bailey, Christine Boyle. I'm here with Ravi Kahlon, who's from Delta North, housing minister. Housing was a big issue in this campaign. How do you think the NDP message landed?
Well, you know, people are always struggling with housing. We heard a lot on the doorstep. I mean, healthcare, housing, cost of living were the big issues that overwhelmingly were brought up on the doorstep. And, you know, I think people started to understand what we were trying to do, but they also understood that we have inflation, we have pressures with interest rates going up, and of course, almost 300,000 new people coming to British Columbia in the last 2 years. So it was positive, it was well received in my community, certainly, and we'll see how voters across British Columbia receive it a little later today.
I mean, the results are neck and neck. Does that worry you at all?
You know what? We were always expecting it to be neck and neck. I mean, anyone that's been following politics in BC knows that occasionally, maybe 1 or 2 elections, it hasn't been, but every other election has been very tight and very close, and that's what we're seeing play out today. Of course, I'm waiting for all the results to come, advanced voting especially, but you know what? I'm proud of my colleagues that have been elected already or have been declared as winners, because I know they've been working really hard for their communities.
How does this campaign compare to others that you've run in?
Well, every campaign is different. The last campaign was in a pandemic, so we couldn't knock on doors. 2017, I was a newbie who didn't know any better. And so every campaign is unique. This one was unique in the sense that people are dealing with tough times, global inflation, the pressures they're facing on their daily lives. So it was a little bit different in that way, but people were also feeling hopeful. You know, I heard on the doorstep people like David. Every time I'd bring a leaflet to them, they'd look at my picture, they'd see the BC NDP logo, and they'd see David, and they'd point and say, I'm voting for him. And so, you know, that's what I'm hoping comes true at the end of the day today.
That was Ravi Kahlon from Delta North, and back to you.
Right, Katie, thank you very much. And you know, past elections, you would say 40 minutes after polls closed, still early days. Not early days with the tabulation system. 67% of those votes have already been cast, and you can see those numbers changing back and forth. If you're just tuning in on CBC Radio 1 or on Listen, 46 ridings the NDP are leading and elected in. The Conservatives, 45, and the Green Party, 2. And we know, Gloria, we've been talking about Richmond all throughout the election campaign. Battleground Richmond. Dan and Michelle have the latest there.
Now let's take you to Richmond now, and let's take a look at the vote share. First of all, here we are with the Conservatives with 50% of the vote there. The NDP at 40.6%. And let's look at the seat change and see where those changes have come. The Conservatives picking up 3 seats there. The NDP -2, losing 2 seats. And let's look at where some of those pickups have happened and what else is in play in Richmond. Richmond, Bridgeport, we do have a projected elected candidate, and the Conservative candidate, Teresa Watt, projected elected in Richmond, Bridgeport.
Also in Richmond, 3 other ridings. Richmond Centre, Han Chen, former broadcaster for the Conservatives, leading by 2,000 votes over the incumbent New Democrat Henry Yao, 5,100 votes, 15 of 17 polls reporting. Richmond Queensborough, the Conservative Steve Cooner, leading by 734 votes over the incumbent NDP Aman Singh, 14 of 20 polls reporting. And the last slide, Richmond Steveston, Kelly Green, the incumbent New Democrat, leading by 73 votes over Michelle Molyneux of the Conservatives. Still tight.
Oh, my goodness. And when we're talking about 67% of the polls that Jason mentioned that we're dealing with right now, that's close to 1.6 million votes in the system right now. Stephen Quinn, over to you and to hear what the panel has to say about this.
Well, just an interesting story about a little inside information on what happened in that riding of Victoria Beacon Hill, rather, between Sonia Furstenau and Grace Lohr. And Mo, you were saying that a little bit of special effort went into that on the part of the NDP.
Yeah. I mean, as the campaign evolved and we see we're doing well in the other Victoria seats, we did put extra resources from those seats and moved them over to assist in that race. And we did it elsewhere in the province. We did it in some of the seats in Surrey as well. And so that's standard fare in terms of approach that we take. It obviously has paid off in that case. And hopefully as the night progresses, we'll see it pay off in some of the other seats, particularly in Surrey.
And Pete Fry, Christine Boyle, making the jump from Vancouver City Council, is now projected elected. So she will go from being a councillor to an MLA by the looks of things.
I'm so nervous, guys. Like, it's so close. And the way that it's flip-flopped a couple of times, my. Anybody have any idea, like, when the last numbers are going to be coming in?
Inspiration for the party. And, you know, I think her performance in the debate really turned a lot of people and gave a lot of wind behind the sails for the BC Greens in this election. And there's going to be some thinking about how we move on without Sonia, that's for sure.
And looking at the share of the vote right now, you look at the independents and 2% for the independents, 1% for the non-affiliated. And Rachel, were you, I mean, how big a difference were you expecting those independents to make?
Me personally, I don't know that they would have made a huge difference. We haven't had elected independents in this province, and so a lot of our former BC United candidates are the ones that are those independents, and we've had more in this election than any before. It's a hard race when you're an independent and you don't have party apparatus behind you. Some of them, were
some familiar
former
names.
Exactly, and those are powerhouses in their ridings. Ultimately, I'm not sure what they will pull off tonight, but I just want to say I agree. It's a very big loss for our legislature to have Sonia Furstenau.
I wish I could bottle the nervous energy of all of you here tonight and sell it on the open market as.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
You can feel it radiating.
Yeah.
What would you possibly name that nervous energy?
I'm working on that. Back to the desk.
I think we're all feeling it. It's emanating throughout the building this evening.
Quite honestly, it's only going to continue. Have a look at the numbers right now. The NDP leading or elected in 47 ridings. By the by, that is majority territory. Conservatives in 44. The Greens in 2. The races here are incredibly close. Here is what we see right now. Wanda Fuqua Malahat. We knew this was always going to be a close one with the redistribution of the boundaries. Look at that difference. 24 votes. The Conservative candidate is up by 24 votes in Wanda Fuqua Malahat. Meanwhile, Surrey, a couple of ridings there. Surrey City Centre, Surrey Cloverdale, where the difference is under 55 votes in both of those. Looking at this board, Gloria, for anyone who ever says, hey, my vote doesn't matter, take a screenshot of that shot right there, because clearly it does matter. That is a number of ridings which, quite frankly, are determining not only who forms government, but with what strength as well.
Well, again, we've been talking since the outset about 47 being that magic number. You just pointed out that is within majority territory. 93 seats across the province. You need 47 to form a majority government. We just mentioned the Surrey Cloverdale riding, and that's where CBC's Belle Puri is tonight. Belle.
Well, Gloria, we've been calling it the race of the incumbents, and last look, we see Eleanor Sturko well ahead. I have one of her volunteers with me, Will Hanks. You've been watching the TV screen, the CBC screen over there, and just neck and neck. What are you thinking when you look at those numbers?
Oh, I hope we win. That's what I can best, fed up with the old government, let's have a new one.
You were saying before, is it about this riding? What's the key here?
I really think it's the government at whole. I like this riding. I hope it goes with Eleanor, but it is more important to form government as a Conservative government.
And what's the message that people might have been sending to government or to a new government?
Working out there on the street, I've been hearing much more support for change. I think any change. They're just not happy with where it's been and what it has been. And the Conservatives have come forward as the representatives of change.
And you were saying, you were out today right up to the last minute. You're still wet from being out there. Did the weather, do you think, have an impact on voter turnout?
I don't know. The weather, those who will vote will walk through 5 feet of snow. Those who won't vote, you couldn't get them out with dynamite. At the door, the hardest thing is the person who says, I don't want to vote. What do you do with them? We're a democracy. Get out and vote.
Right. Well, it's going to be a bit of a nail biter for the next little while.
Not for this riding, I hope.
Thank you very much. That was Will Hanks, a volunteer, and we're at the Eleanor Sturco's campaign office.
All right, Belle, thank you very much. In the last few minutes, we haven't seen a whole lot of change as we did at the beginning when the polls closed, but recent update here. NDP now leading or elected in 48 of those ridings. This is what the vote share looks like right across the province. Still so tight near the top there. The NDP right now obtaining 45% of the vote share. The Conservatives at 43.3%, and the Greens have been able to translate 8% of that vote share into 2 seats so far. We do know, though, that Sonia Furstenau has been defeated in Victoria Beacon Hill. Here's what the seat change looks like, and Gloria, this is about as close as it gets for the NDP. They can afford to lose 17 seats. Right now, they're trailing in 16 seats. And once again, if you're just tuning in, the Conservatives started at 0, of course, from the last election. So every seat they gain tonight, of course, starts from 0. So they're up 43, which is nothing to sneeze at all for a party that 4 years ago only had 2% of the vote share across the province.
It's crazy. And we've been talking a lot, Jason, as well, about how independents could factor into these races. Are they going to create that? That's just not materializing tonight. We have three-way races between the Conservatives, the NDP primarily, and the Greens.
Though one thing I will say is when we were looking at the vote share, and if our graphics team can bring that up again, especially when the margins are this close and the between the independents and the NA, which is non-affiliated, which in this case we've grouped together as others, 3.4%, you add that on to, say, the Conservatives, if that's coming away from former BC United members who are seeking that candidacy, I mean, there could be your difference as to who forms government.
You make a very good point. Let's get some more results now from Dan Burrett and Michelle Elliott.
Oh, what a race, Gloria and Jason. I'm watching our bar at the bottom of the screen, and it's one party in front of the other, and then back and forth, back and forth. Let's take you to ridings outside the Lower Mainland where the numbers are still dynamic. The NDP really hoping to hold on there. And let's take you up to Bulkley Valley, Stikine, and the Conservative candidate there, Sharon Hartwell, is leading over by 380 votes over the incumbent longtime politician Nathan Cullen for the NDP there. So the Conservatives leading in Bulkley Valley, Stikine. In Boundary Similkameen, the Conservative candidate Donegal Wilson leading by more than 1,200 votes over the NDP incumbent Rowley Russell, 25 of 33 polls reporting.
And we keep going in Fraser Nicola. Tony Luck for the Conservatives leading by 965 votes over Francine Joe with the NDP, 3,300 votes, 24 of 43 polls reporting. The next slide up, please. Drum roll. I'm going to unbutton my jacket because it's that exciting. And the numbers have changed again. Wanda Fuka Malahat, Marina Sapovniksov leading for the Conservative, 164 votes over Dana Lajeunesse of the NDP, just over 3,000. Woo!
Do your
I might as well do one more. Surrey City Centre, Amna Shah for the NDP, almost 6,000 votes. Zishan Walla for the Conservatives. They're tied.
That's amazing.
18 of 20 polls reporting. Good time to recharge your beakers.
He will have his jacket off. He's already sweating from all the excitement.
There's good reason to stay with us, everybody. We're going to keep an
there's
eye
some
on
votes here as well. Let's jump in.
Share.
Michelle, go ahead.
It's virtually tied right now in Surrey City Centre between the Conservatives and the NDP. That's really all I can say right now, right? 46% for each of them. So dead heat. in Surrey City Centre.
It's amazing how many times those numbers have converged this evening. This is crazy. And we want to show you a closer look at some other races that are simply too close to call right now, separated by fewer than 100 seats. So we're going to bring that up for you right now. Surrey City Centre. Look at that. Another tie. Jason, look at those numbers. NDP, 5,910. Conservatives, 5,910. An absolute tie in Surrey City Centre. Surrey Cloverdale, they're only separated by 48 seats. The Conservatives are leading there. Kelowna Centre, NDP leading by 51. Richmond Steveston, NDP leading by 122. I said it was fewer than 100, but these are still very close races. In Courtney Comox, Juan de Fuca, Malahat, and Maple Ridge East. Very close.
Gloria, when I look at those numbers, especially in Surrey City Centre, you have to wonder how many would-be voters perhaps chose to not go out because of the weather situation. I know the atmospheric river hit parts of Surrey really difficultly as well. But yeah, there you go, folks. That is why this race is super close right now. So many ridings teetering back and forth. The NDP, though, currently leading or elected in 48 ridings. That could switch to 47 for the Conservatives if those close ridings go the other way. Let's check in on how Conservative supporters are feeling. Mira Baines is at their headquarters in Vancouver. Mira, what's the vibe like?
Well, this is a real nail biter. Now, the mood here is very upbeat. People here are excited. There are a lot of cheers going up, but people are also slightly nervous. They're keeping their eyes on their television sets. And I'm joined by BC Conservative strategist Brad Zubik. And I mentioned to him earlier that I've noticed that there are lots and lots of younger people here in the crowd. And it's a Saturday night. So, Brad, can you tell me, what are they doing? Is this your strategy playing out?
Yeah, obviously young people is our strength. It's a fundamental paradigm shift, federally and provincially, where older voters support Liberals, they support New Democrats. Younger voters are excited about Conservatives. They're the ones being impacted by the high rent prices, the crime, this economic insecurity. Young people are the ones being impacted by quite frankly, these failed policies.
We were talking about campaign strategy earlier. Now, what was the BC Conservatives' campaign strategy compared to the BC NDP? You were mentioning that you may not have some of the campaign infrastructure and the ground game, but you did have something else.
Well, we have momentum. I mean, we had a desire for change that really played into our message. We had David Eby, quite frankly, with very few accomplishments to sell. We wanted to highlight those, and we wanted to highlight we had real solutions or positive solutions.
Yeah, and one of the focuses that you had mentioned was a focus on digital and social platforms.
Yeah. Well, that's what young people listen to. That's what our voters listen to. We didn't ignore, obviously, the mainstream traditional media, but we really went after those young voters because those are the ones that are demanding change. Life is not working for them. They're the ones moving to Alberta, leaving the province. We want to keep them home. We want to give them hope. We want to give them a prosperous future. So that was our focus this campaign.
And one thing I wanted to ask you about was the sign that Chip Wilson had outside his home. Now, outside his $80 million home, a sign basically calling the BC NDP communist. Do you think that helped or hurt your campaign?
I think it was probably irrelevant. I mean, I kept looking for it, but my phone, I couldn't get it blown up enough to read it. Listen, I mean, honestly, these are frivolous issues in a society with an overdose tragedy, in a province with rising violent crime, in a province with economic issues.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Brad. That's Brad Zubik, campaign strategist with the BC Conservatives.
All right, Mira Baines, thank you very much. Our Mira Baines reporting from Conservative headquarters in Vancouver today. I want to show you a map of what it looks like across the province right now. Gloria, you can see there's a lot of blue. Of course, the caveat being people vote. Geography does not. Each riding, despite its size, is worth the same amount. But you can see the north of the province, a wash away of blue. So much of the interior as well. well. There's a pocket, a small stronghold of orange we're seeing right there. Coastal, though, I mean, when you look at this map, you just see the ideological division of the province so far right now. Coastal areas turning towards the NDP, but so much of the interior and north of BC right now, Conservative. This is what it looks like when we zero in on the southern interior. The outskirts, all blue, but it is a handful of ridings there in Kelowna that the NDP are currently holding. Let's throw it now back to Michelle and Dan for a closer look at those races.
Thank you, Jason. You're absolutely right. When you look at that map, a lot of blue in that southern interior, except for that one little orange spot, and that's Kelowna Centre right now. The NDP candidate, Loyal Wooldridge, is leading just 49 votes ahead of the Conservative candidate there, Christina Lowen, 20 of 22 polls reporting there. In Kelowna Mission, there is a projected elected candidate. The Conservative candidate, Gavin Dew, longtime Liberal operative, ran for the BC Liberal leadership, and he is now projected elected in that riding. At Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream, the Conservative candidate there, Tara Armstrong, projected elected in Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream.
Let's zip you over to Kamloops now. Kamloops Centre, Peter Millibar for the Conservatives, former BC United, projected elected. He was the incumbent, just over 1,900 votes over the NDP's Kamal Grewal, 20 of 23 polls reporting. Let's zip over to Kamloops North Thompson. Ward Stamer, projected elected, almost more than 6,000 votes over the NDP's Maddie Glenn, 32 of 41 polls reporting. And one more for good measure, Fraser Nicola, Tony Luck leading by almost 1,000 votes over the NDP's Francine Joe, 24 of 43 polls reporting. It continues.
It certainly does. Dan, Michelle, thank you very much. We have 78.1% polls reporting right now. Those are the results that are reflected on the bottom of your screen right now, where the NDP is leading in 48 ridings, Conservatives 43, and the Greens in 2 right now. Michelle mentioned Kelowna. We have our CBC reporter Chris Walker in Kelowna with Gavin Dew right now. Chris?
Gavin Dew, Kelowna Mission, just declared elected in this riding. How are you feeling?
Feeling really, really good about what's happened in our riding. Obviously, we're still watching really closely to see what happens in our neighboring ridings and across the province.
So far, some close races. Kelowna Centre still close. How do you like your chances moving around the region?
I think, Kelowna Centre is definitely going to be the biggest race in Kelowna. Obviously, with the independent vote split, that seems to have left things really, really close. So I'm hopeful that we're going to get across the line there in Kelowna Centre. And then I'll be watching to see how things shake out down in Penticton and Vernon. I haven't seen those immediate numbers yet, but I want to see how those shake out as well. Those are key ridings for us.
This, of course, BC United's stronghold for years and years and years. Before that, Socred's stronghold for years and years and years. What are your priorities for the region when you get to Victoria?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we're going to be doing is we're going to make sure that we first consolidate our party. It's going to be important that we make sure we get everyone working together, we get everyone trained up, we get everyone prepared to go, so we're able to be really, really effective, either as an opposition or, God willing, we're going to pull it across the line and form a government. And that's then going to allow us to make sure we have a team that's really, really strong and that's really, really able to push for the priorities here and across the province.
Big night for you and your team. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
All right, that's Chris Walker in Kelowna. Major update to bring to your attention on one of the ridings to watch for, the races to watch for, the battle of the incumbents. This is Surrey, Cloverdale. 2 incumbents from the NDP. You have Mike Starchuk, and of course from the BC Conservatives, you have Eleanor Sturco. It's a close race, in part, Gloria, because we don't have votes.
Yeah.
We don't have votes. The votes you're seeing right now, I mean, you can see there's fewer than 1,000 votes in the system. These are out of district votes. What we're being told, you're not going to believe this, folks, what we're being told is that the reason we aren't getting the tabulated votes in right now is because someone forgot a password.
Oh, no. You're having one of those. I thought you were going to say it was something weather related. This is a password issue.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a two-step verification situation. I don't know. I mean, I know that's a big part of security these days, but that is stunning to be sure. We're going to continue to watch that storyline.
Elections BC say they're working on the problem right
Unbelievable.
now. Bypass that.
And it's one of the reasons, of course, why we can't make a decision on this race, of course, with these so many ridings within 100 to 200 votes. And as I say, that is one of the races to watch for of the evening, the battle of incumbents, and we just don't have the votes. Maybe it was their birthday, maybe not. I don't know what the password is, but we're going to continue to watch that situation. I want to go back to our political watchers panel right now. Ginger Gosnell-Myers, I know you've been watching the impact and the results of Indigenous candidates. Can you bring us up to speed on that front?
Yes. It's always been a concern at how few Indigenous candidates we have in our political elections. And what we've seen is that we have 3 Indigenous candidates who are being elected. It's really positive to see. So we have Tamara Davidson, who is a Haida leader, who is in the lead on North Coast Haida Gwaii right now. She's well known in the North Coast. She's elected Haida Council member. Of course, we have Joan Phillip, who is a Tsleil-Waututh matriarch, running in Vancouver Strathcona. Of course, this used to be Melanie Mark's riding, and Melanie Mark, of course, was such a groundbreaking trailblazer for Indigenous peoples and Indigenous women in BC politics. And we have another newcomer, Alia Warbus, who is Stalo, and she is in the lead in Chilliwack Cultus Lake. And Alia is also very well known to her community. She's the daughter of well-known Judge Stephen Point. And of course, you know, it's fantastic to see some diversity within the BC Conservative Party as well. We know that she will bring a strong voice to the legislature.
All right, Ginger, thank you so much. And of course, we're going to be hearing from all of our political watchers throughout the evening. Right now, we're going to send it to Stephen Quinn with our Political Insider panel.
All right. Thank you very much, Jason. And Mo, I'm just going over this and I'm wondering how close we are to a call. How close do you think we are to a call?
Oh, we're a long ways away from a call.
You still?
Yeah.
Because of all of the number of tight races?
There's too many tight races, and there's some strange ones too, like Wandafuka Malahat.
Yeah.
Where a seat that we should win. And I like to think there's going to be a comeback there, but and then there's just too many races. For example, the Comox seat, which I think is about 100 votes across between the two parties, and of course the Kelowna seat, where we're ahead by about 100 votes. So it's strange. With 80% of the vote in, you would normally detect a trend. We aren't seeing a trend sufficient to be able to make a call.
All right, and we'll get back to both of you in just a moment. Back to the desk.
All right, Stephen, thank you very much. Well, the words you need to remember tonight, folks, too close to call.
Yes. Let's take a look at some of those races right now. Surrey City Centre, the difference between the Conservative and the NDP right now, 8 votes. 8 votes. You were making the case a little bit earlier, Jason, about the importance of getting out there to vote. Yeah. Races like this certainly demonstrate that. Kelowna Centre, NDP leading the Conservatives by only 34 votes. Very close in Surrey. Cloverdale, as we were just pointing out, the difference is 79 votes. It looks as if they're getting a few more votes in there. Do you think they've solved the
Someone remembered their password, perhaps?
I'm not sure. Surrey Guildford is another one of those too close to call, as is Courtney Comox.
This is so nerve-wracking, gang. It's probably hours away before they get the final results, but it's so exciting and nerve-wracking.
The Greens are going to be particularly happy with that. They are leading.
I live in Nova Scotia.
In 2 ridings, despite the fact that Sonia Furstenau has been defeated in Victoria Beacon Hill. Speaking of Victoria Beacon Hill, this is what it looks like on Vancouver Island. All 3 colors represented right now. We can see what's really interesting here is, well, really across the island has traditionally been an NDP stronghold. You see pockets of blue, though. The North Island, I believe that is at Esquimalt Colwood right now, that may be showing blue right there. And of course, North Saanich and the Islands, Adam Olson's previous seat, Rob Botterill right now there. Of course, strong green presence with Elizabeth May representing that riding nationally as well. I know she was door knocking as part of her provincial colleagues, but yeah, that's what it looks like right now across Vancouver Island. Let's take a closer look at some of those races with our results desk. Dan and Michelle.
Yes, Jason, and as you said, all three colors on Vancouver Island, a lot of heavy campaigning on the island by the three leaders. Let's take a look at the share of the vote on Vancouver Island. Right now, the NDP with 44.6% of the vote, but yes, it is close. The Conservatives with 38.8%. The Greens here with a presence of 13.6% of the vote. And for sea change, this is going to be interesting. We look at the NDP with a -3, losing 3 right now, or not leading in 3, behind in 3, and the Conservatives leading in 3 ridings on Vancouver Island. They were hoping to make inroads there. And in Courtney Comox, the Conservative candidate Brennan Day is leading with 198 votes over the NDP incumbent Ronna Ray Leonard there. 23 of 25 polls reporting now. And to Wanda Fuka-Malahat, the Conservative candidate Marina Sapochnikov is leading by 322 votes over the NDP candidate Dana Lajeunesse. 20 of 24 polls reporting. And another on the island as well, more blue, North Island, Anna Kindy, a physician there running for the Conservatives, leading by 354 votes over the NDP incumbent, Michelle Babcock. And one more at the Cowichan Valley, and this is Sonia Furstenau's old riding, and the NDP candidate, Deborah Toporowski, is leading by 1,000 votes over the Conservative candidate, John Curry. Dan?
Let's stay overseas on Vancouver Island. Ladysmith Oceanside, we are projecting elect the NDP's Stephanie Higginson with an almost 2,000 vote victory over the Conservative Brent Feed. Mid-Island Pacific Rim, Josie Osborne, the incumbent and energy minister, projected elected with 2,400 votes, lead over Adam Hayduck of the Conservatives. Nanaimo Lanceville, local councillor George Anderson projected elected with an almost 3,000 vote lead over Gwen O'Mahony, the former MLA in Chilliwack. And one more for you, Nanaimo Gabriola Island, Sheila Malcolmson, the incumbent and and cabinet minister, 4,200 vote lead over Dale Parker.
Well, I'm really glad that you left off there with Sheila Malcolmson. Thanks very much to Dan and to Michelle. We are going to take you to Nanaimo right now. Sheila Malcolmson joins us. Good evening to you. Do you have any fingernails left after the races that we've seen so far this evening?
They're orange. They're intact. No bitten nails.
So you are projected elected in your riding. How are you feeling about the way the evening is unfolding?
I'm so relieved. I'm so grateful to the voters and volunteers that made this possible. And this room is really buzzing. Both of our campaigns, me and George Anderson, shared an office, and now we're sharing a watch party. And it's noisy in here.
Well, it's noisy in there. We keep, even as we're having this discussion, we're watching the numbers jump around. As we're speaking, the Conservatives are now ahead, leading in 46, the NDP in 45. What do you think is the key to the results right now?
We're focused so locally, so I can really only talk about Nanaimo Gabriola, but we worked really hard from the very beginning. We got our lawn signs up early all summer long. We knocked on doors and talked with people about the really challenging problems that we've been working on, whether it's crowded classrooms, crowded hospitals, not enough healthcare workers, not enough affordable housing, all things we've been working on since 2017. But obviously, we all feel the need to do more, and that was our offer. And with partnership, we're going to be able to carry on that work.
Sheila Malcolmson,
that's I think how we got to this day.
We appreciate your time, and congratulations again on projected elected in Nanaimo.
We're going to send it now to Victoria, where Green leader Sonia Furstenau is about to address her supporters. You have to think a disappointing night for the BC leader.
Well, it's not just my voice I lost tonight. It has been such an honor to be an MLA. It's not the outcome that we'd hoped for in Victoria Beacon Hill tonight, but I'm so proud of the campaign that we ran. We knew we were up against a steep hill. We were trying something bold and new, but the challenge was a little more than we could do. I'm so heartened by the support that we got. I'm so heartened. We knocked on 14,000 doors. We attended every debate. We put forward a vision for this province and for this riding that I was very excited about, a vision centered on the well-being of people and communities, on nature, and on our public institutions. I want to start by thanking the best campaign manager I've ever had, Kadani Pitt Chambers. Kadani had an incredibly challenging task to run a campaign where the candidate was almost never there. They have been phenomenal, strategic, ambitious, hardworking, and built a team that really was community building at its very best. Kadani, thank you so much. The extraordinary team at the Fort Street office were just incredible, really. It was always such a joy to walk into the Fort Street office and to really experience the happiness and joy and love that was building. Darius was always at the door. Ronnie and Peter and Beatrice leading the way. It has been the kind of campaign that I am so proud of. So it does appear that the Greens are still going to play a pretty pivotal role in the BC legislature.
Take a walk.
It's a strange time in politics when during an atmospheric river, people come out and vote for a party that's denying the reality of climate change. But hey, this is where we're at. I am so excited for Jeremy Valeriot and Rob Botterill. This is incredible. This is a passing of the torch, and I am going to be there to mentor and guide and lead in any way that I can. There's so many thank yous to give, and it's so important to me to thank everybody. We do not get here alone. We are never alone. We're as the representatives and the elected people, there's always a team behind us. But first and foremost, to everybody who volunteered, who donated, who came and showed up, who gave us your support, thank you so much. None of this happens without you.
You wasted their vote.
To Maureen Balsillie, Adam Olson, and Molly McKay, the three people that led this campaign, a huge thank you to all three of you. Adam, I don't know where you are. To the party staff, Ripon, Kylie, Billy, Alex, Fiat, Kurt, Andrew, Ting, Seganet, Julie, Shane, Shelby, Stefan, Julia, Shar, Amo, Cher, Meredith, and Sky. You're a phenomenal team, and you made it all fun. We landed at Joy, which is where we were supposed to be the whole time. Thank you. To my constituency staff in Cowichan Valley, Teresa, Julie, Laura, Trisha, Aaron and Mariana, Cole, and Maeve. That office was a place of service. We did such good work. We made so many incredible things happen in Cowichan Valley. I'm so proud to have been part of your team, so proud to have worked with you on behalf of the people of Cowichan for 7 years. Thank you. We call the caucus, we've called the caucus the Kick-Ass Women and Adam. The caucus team, Jojo, Laura, Emily, Rose, Katie. I love you so much. We were an oasis in that legislature. We always had joy. We'd come back to the little caucus room amidst all of this nonsense happening in that legislature, and we always had joy every time. Thank you for everything you've done for BC and for the Greens. Your work is going to continue. There's so much more work to do. To Adam, where are you, Adam? I can't see you. Adam. Adam, I love you so. You're my brother, my colleague, my friend. We've been through a lot in the last 7 years. I couldn't have done it without you. You've made me a better person. Adam and I are both going to enjoy very much spending time with our families who we miss. And I'm going to enjoy spending time with my new grandchild who's arriving in a month. And speaking of families, family is the most important thing to me. And if you could come up, my husband plays. Where are you, Blaze? Peter, Eleanor, Nicholas, Charlotte, Mark, Julie, Marita, Brennan, Mom.
There is an emotional Sonia First Now speaking to Green Party supporters at the Green headquarters in Victoria. Clearly emotional, giving her concession speech. Of course, she made a political risk deciding to leave the Cowichan Valley, knowing that the boundaries were changed as well. She did cite family when speaking to the media afterwards as to wanting to be closer to family in Victoria. She mentioned a grandchild on the way. We knew it was a political risk, though, for her to come against what is an NDP stronghold. You do have to wonder how BC Green supporters are feeling, though. A bittersweet night to see Sonia First Now lose that riding, and yet, as the race stands right now, holding the balance of power. We'll show you why that is. Two ridings that you might not actually have associated with the BC Greens to start things off today. We'll certainly, we'll take a look at the percent overall so far right now. 8.3%. A lot of negative integers on that board there, but of course, the two ridings that matter right now that allow the BC Greens to hold the balance of power. Here is the first one. West Vancouver Sea to Sky, Jeremy Valeriot. This was a nail-biter 4 years ago. And of course, third time's a charm for Jeremy Valeriot. We're not able to call this race yet. By the way, there's still, you can see, only a lead of 588 votes that he's leading with.
He lost by 60 votes last election to Jordan Sturdy.
And quite honestly, you have to wonder what's going through his mind because, again, as I say, this vote very much still active against the Conservatives, Yuri Fulmore. Meanwhile, if we look at the other result, this is Rob Botterill. We saw Adam Olsen on stage with Sonia First Now a moment ago. Of course, that is the riding of Adam Olsen, who decided not to run against Saanich North and the Islands. A bit of a healthier lead here for Rob Botterill over the NDP's Sarah Riddle, 1,204 votes. And last thought I'll make right now about the Greens so far, I know we're getting a reaction from our panel, is if either of those candidates carry their seats, you know, do they de facto have to be one of the new leaders of the Green Party? We heard Sonia Furstenau say she's happy to pass the torch. So that is also one of the factors we'll have to watch later tonight as well.
Okay, and look at these races that we're watching that are simply too close to call. Surrey City Centre right now, only 12 votes separate the Conservatives from the NDP. Kelowna Centre is another, 29 votes separating Conservatives and NDP. Wandifeuca Malahat, 115 votes. Surrey Guildford, 121. And Columbia River Revelstoke, 155. If those tight races continue into the evening, just a reminder that if there are fewer than 100 votes that separate the two parties, that is an automatic recount.
And it's such a close vote difference, of course, but we should also tell you.
Yeah, gang, smash the like, consider a subscription, get a membership. We've got a really fun channel, this chat room. We do a live show, live broadcast of the question periods every day. And if there's no question period, we do something else. We have a great chat room all the time. It's like this all the time in question period. It's fun. Anyway, check that out.
You've got it tonight. Coquitlam Burke-Mountain Jody Wickens, the incumbent, leading by 309 votes for the NDP over Stephen Froelich, 10,103 votes, 17 of 19 polls reporting. This is close. And Coquitlam-Millardville, Jennifer Blatherwick, projected elected with a 2,600 vote lead over Hamid Najafi of the Conservatives.
My kids would appreciate that Miss Piggy reference. Let's head to Port Moody, Burquitlam. And the NDP candidate, Rick Glumac, was fighting for a third term. It looks like he's going back. He is projected elected in Port Moody, Burquitlam. And in Port Coquitlam, the NDP candidate, veteran politician and MLA Mike Farnworth is projected elected there, Port Coquitlam, in 22 of 24 polls reporting. And Mike Farnworth looks like he's going back to the legislature.
All right. Still so much to watch for, of course. I'll bring you up to speed right now. The Conservatives currently leading or elected in 46 ridings. The NDP right now in 45. And the Greens holding that all-important balance of power right now with 2 ridings.
It has been going back and forth all evening. This is a true nail-biter. Let's take you to Conservative headquarters now at the Rocky Mountaineer Station, where Mira Baines is standing by. Mira?
I don't know about you, but I'm getting 2017 vibes, and I'm also joined by a guest, the former mayor of Vancouver and former MLA, a former BC Liberal MLA for what was called Vancouver Falls Creek. Now the riding is called Vancouver Yaletown. And so Sam Sullivan joins me here at BC Conservative election night headquarters. So Sam, are you getting the same sorts of feelings that this might be playing out like 2017 did, that election?
Yeah, I have to keep jump-starting my heart. It's just back and forth, and it is very eerie, recollections of 2017 and how close that was.
You were with the BC Liberals at the time, and now here you are at the BC Conservatives. Could you have imagined this, and what made you join the BC Conservatives here?
Well, I'm a big fan of John Rustad. I worked with him as a caucus member, and he was always so good at standing up for what he believes in, but also being strategic. And so I've always admired that, and right through the whole campaign, he's really stayed true to himself and also was very strategic about how he did it. So, big fan.
Okay, and tonight I told you that basically you're my neighbor, and we both live in the riding of Vancouver Yaletown. What has been a big issue for you that really attracted you for the BC Conservatives in our riding?
Well, we have a real serious issue with the drugs and the public disorder, and you know, I have friends and people that I love who are having a hard time just walking on certain streets and having to look out before they walk down a certain street. So it's no way to live in a wonderful place like British Columbia, and so definitely need to do something.
Okay. Do you think they're going to do it tonight?
I'm going to accept whatever it is, but I'm hoping for the best.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, Sam. Back to the studio.
Mira Baines, thank you very much for that. What we want to do now is take you into the riding of Surrey Cloverdale. We were talking about very tight races. Well, it looks as if the floodgates have opened. Yes. And I'm not talking atmospheric river floodgates. I'm talking about finally somebody found the password to at Elections BC to allow us to see those votes because they were trickling in earlier on. Eleanor Sturco, this is the battle of the incumbents. Eleanor Sturco of the Conservatives against Mike Starchuk of the NDP. And Eleanor has a lead of 473 votes right now with Pat McCutcheon of the Greens behind at 1,000 votes.
All right, Gloria, thank you very much. Let's turn back to our political watchers panel now. Mo, Amira, I'd love to start with you. We just watched a very emotional concession speech by Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, what a great run she had in the BC legislature. But I would add that she had a really tough run in the BC legislature. You have to remember, a week after she became leader of the BC Greens, the BC NDP called a snap election in 2020. And suddenly she went from holding the balance of power to now becoming leader, and no one in the BC NDP caucus, who she was working with in her first term, actually wanted to talk to her anymore. So I think she had a really tough go in the BC legislature. I would say that it's going to be really interesting to see where the Greens go from here, because they may be in a situation where, yes, they've lost Adam Olsen and Sonia Furstenau, but they still have 2 seats in the BC legislature without a leader. And while Sonia was very strong in being a progressive voice on a lot of issues where I think progressives were underrepresented, issues like harm reduction and safe supply, even climate change action, under her leadership, the BC Greens were not good in terms of an organized.
Do you think that guy owns a mirror or is colorblind, or is that style? I don't know.
They can find leadership, a new board, to be able to move forward and become a much more dominant party.
Shachi, of course, we operate under a first-past-the-post voting system, which means you don't necessarily have to have the majority of votes to ultimately form government, which very well might be the case for the Conservatives right now. We're seeing they have 43% of the vote share. What do you make of that?
Yeah, stranger things have happened. Like, they actually have happened in BC politics. We've seen, I think, what was it, 1996, we saw this result and the same dynamics play out. But this one is going to be interesting because as it stands right now in terms of percentage of popular vote, the Conservatives are off by about a point behind the NDP, but they are leading by a seat. Now, I expect, first of all, like, send Rockstar, send caffeine, send Red Bull, because I think we're going to be in for a long night. Give me the Haribo's ginger. I might need a sugar hit. But beyond that, I think if we continue to see this seesaw back and forth, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that the Conservatives get to a magic 47 and still finish second to the NDP in terms of popular vote. That's what I'm watching right now.
Okay, by proportional representation, how would you rank those snacks in front of you there? Where does Lay's fit into this?
So there's a sociological study that says you save the things you want for last, and you'll notice that I have not touched the Lay's yet. The sweets are open, the salty is not.
That's not my strategy. That's why all the gummies are basically gone at this point.
Over here.
Kept far away from me.
The gummy game going there, I see that. Jennifer, let me ask you as well. I think there was a real belief that we could see independents playing a major role tonight. Of course, no gray on that board, no independents winning any of the ridings. Does that surprise you?
I would like to think it was surprising, but I'm actually not, because we are seeing such an overwhelming amount of Conservatives turning out in this election. And the independents really aren't making a dent in any of the ridings where we might have seen some rise to the top and make it through to the finish line. I think it was really difficult for them to put down their campaigns because of how prepared they were to run under the BC United banner. And of course, it's heartbreaking for all of them who really don't have that opportunity now.
I will say that Kevin Acton looks to be playing spoiler in Vernon Lundby. So, you know, that might be the only riding where I've seen an independent actually have an impact.
No, that's a great point. And of course, in a race this close, every vote matters in some of those ridings. Gloria, I should also point out our snack game poor,
Very low.
poor compared to our political.
Do you need help? Should we send help?
You're not that far from us. Just
I
chuck
can
us a
walk it
few.
over.
I think we're okay. Dan Burritt and Michelle Elliott are standing by. They've got more results. No snacks, but you've got some results.
That's right. So if you want to share, Shachi, we're happy to take it. Look, if you look at the bar at the bottom of your screen, 46 for the NDP, 45 for the Conservatives. So as you said, Jason, if you didn't think your vote mattered. So let's take a look at how they could get to that 47, that magic number 47. Some of the ridings right now that are so tight, they're too close to call at this point. Some of these just under 200 votes in between. In Juan de Fuca Malahat, the NDP candidate Dana Lajeunesse is leading by 118 votes right now over Marina Sapochnikov, the Conservative candidate there. Just over 110 votes is the difference there. In Columbia River Revelstoke, the Conservative candidate Scott McInnes leading by 242 votes now over the NDP candidate Andrea Dunlop. Again, we're looking at where they could go, where are the ridings where they could try to hit that 47 number. In Courtney Comox over on the island, the Conservative candidate Brennan Day leading by just over 200 votes over the NDP incumbent Rona Ray Leonard.
Let's keep the train rolling. Surrey City Centre, Amna Shah with a 13-vote lead over Zisha Anwala of the Conservatives. 18 of 20 polls reporting, coming down to the nitty-gritty there. Surrey Guildford, Hanveer Singh Randhawa with a 113-vote lead for the Conservatives over incumbent Gary Begg. 17 of 19 polls reporting. And one more for you. Kelowna Centre, Christina Lowen with a 52-vote lead over Loyal Wooldridge. 20 of 22 polls reporting.
And this is flipped throughout the night, too. We've been
Correct.
watching that.
Wow, incredible stuff. I mean, for political watchers, this is the Super Bowl. This is the Grey Cup. Let's keep it candid.
Very good. It's the Grey Cup.
And it's a tie game going into the fourth quarter. Imagine if you are at any of those headquarters for the supporters watching this with bated breath. Well, we'll take you to one of those spots right now. Our Katie DeRosa is live now at the NDP headquarters in Vancouver.
So it's a nervous energy here. People have drinks. People are wearing orange. I think people are feeling hopeful, but no victory yet. One person who is celebrating a victory is Spencer Shander Herbert. He's the MLA for Vancouver West End who's been re-elected. Spencer, what are you feeling tonight with the results so close?
You know, it's too close to call, but I'm feeling great with the campaign we put in Vancouver. Great support, great results, and I just really want to thank everybody who showed up, who made their voice heard and made a difference, whether it's for renters or... I'll be there fighting for everybody.
Do you think we'll see recounts with some of the seats so
I
close?
think, you know, when you look at it, it's too close to call, and I think I remember back to 2017 where we really didn't know for a week, 2 weeks, and then we figured out who the government was. But it may come to that. I certainly feel great about everyone who put in the effort, gave their best, and I guess we'll see. You know, and the voters are always right, and I look forward to seeing what they tell us.
Anything you would have done differently in this campaign? Or EB said he left it all on the table. Do you feel like the
and
party?
I think that's the thing. You give it your best. You talk to people as best you can. You share what you're doing for them, and you listen to them, and you try your best on their behalf. And in the end, they decide. And I respect the voters. I respect our people in BC, and I love this province. And I think regardless of if you voted Conservative or NDP or Green or Independent, we have an obligation to work for you. Regardless of who forms government, we've got to have your back, and that's something that I always give. It's about the people first, the party label second, although of course I support the NDP.
There you have Spencer Shander Herbert, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Katie DeRosa at NDP headquarters in Vancouver tonight. And we've been talking about the number of areas that are battleground zones for this election. And one of them is Richmond. Let's take you there now with Karen Larson. Karen?
Yeah, thanks, Gloria. I am here at the Richmond Sheraton Airport Hotel. It is a happy room. In Richmond, 3 of the 4 seats look like they are going to the Conservatives, and one for sure, Richmond Bridgeport re-elected MLA Teresa Watt. Teresa, a resounding victory for you in Richmond Bridgeport. How did you do it?
Actually, every election I just work hard, and I've been quite, I would say, they're quite popular among my constituents because they all know that I joined this, I don't call it a career, it's my mission. Because I'm an immigrant, even though I've been here for 35 years, many of the people here are even younger than the 35 years. But I feel that I want to raise the status of immigrants and want to encourage them to get more involved in politics. I think once we emigrate to a new country, we should try to get more involved and not to be separated from the so-called mainstream community. That's why 12 years ago when Christy Clark, somebody asked me to run for politics, I right away say yes, because my ideology aligned with the BC Liberal, and then later on BC United. Yeah.
Look, I have to ask you, as someone who crossed the floor from BC United to the BC Conservatives, if the Conservatives are able to form government, are you expecting a cabinet position?
I think always any cabinet decision is really up to the leader, the premier. None of us should have any say into that. It's really up to our leader to decide who is in the cabinet. Yeah.
What part of the Conservative message resonated with the citizens of Richmond this time around?
Especially my riding has about 70%.
All right, gang, we're going to try something interesting here. I think it's interesting. We're going to be watching this always, or we'll keep the numbers up, but I'm going to try to bring a couple people in. So let me just get that going. This always, or we'll keep the number. All right. But I'm going to try to bring them up here. So let me just get that. All right, going. Gentlemen. Give me one more second. I will get this figured out. I will get this figured out. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Great. So one more move. I've got one more move to make so that the audience can continue watching. And so the audience can see, and there we go. How's your evening going, gentlemen?
Top shelf. How are you?
Pretty good. I'm pretty nervous here. So,
it's
Mr.
entertaining,
Pickles,
we'll say.
What's up?
I said it's entertaining so far.
Oh, it's all over the place, man. It's been flip-flopping back and forth.
A bad game of ping pong.
A bad game of ping pong, indeed.
I don't know. Fuck, it's gonna be the same as like St. Paul, I'm sure, right? Everybody's gonna go to bed and then it's gonna be decided, right?
Yeah. I bet you the NDP spent half their day running around picking up all the bent overs, making sure they get into their polls.
Yeah.
Bussing everybody
Not
around,
fair.
moving people, picking people up.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, to see like all the provinces blue except the lower mainland is I mean it's to be expected, I guess. I mean, what else could you say about it? Oh.
I guess a lot of people like needles and whatnot on the hospital floors. It's amazing. I can't understand. I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, it is a ton of immigrants down there. I just got back, and I haven't been there in 20 years, and it is just it ain't the place I remember. Wouldn't that be funny? I bet you these people, whoever, they probably learned from the St. Paul liberal bitch, right? She went to bed and gave her her victory speech and stuff, and then woke up in the morning to like the rude awakening. So we'll see what happens. You got a 1.6 million, I think, is what the total was advanced poll. You know, so
Yeah, it's not done till the fat lady sings.
and I'll say, like, I took my 72-year-old mom to go advance poll, and it was just one handy tard bus after the other, just full of old people. They're going to vote. So I imagine it's, I don't know, like, I'm hoping there's no Liberal Party, and I hope they're tired of seeing, I guess, like the shithole that is BC, because that's something that, you know, CBC does show. Is the province and all the druggies and the needles and the lack of health care. So I'm hoping just because of that, you know, that they'll end up voting Conservative if they're not Conservative already. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The gray hairs like me, I don't like CBC, but they sure do. And maybe it'll work. I'm hoping, fingers crossed.
I'm hoping, you know. So then, you know, you show up and they have this electronic voting machines, and so it's like a ballot, like when we were in school. Well, when I was in school, like one of those multiplication tests or the multiple choice tests. Fill in the circle.
Fill in the bubble. I did a lot
of
them.
It was a paper ballot, and then they feed it into this electronic machine, and then it actually tells you, you know, it's counted. So
lots of opportunity to play games there, I would think.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be so close, so hand count everything. Guaranteed, you know, people are going to contest it, no matter which way it goes.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. If they're within a couple of hundred, they'll recount.
Oh, and if it's like, how fucked up would that be? You get another coalition government, right? Down the middle, and then you have to have the Greens to break the tie every time. Like, are you fucking kidding?
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, better not work out that way.
Time will tell. We'll wake up in the morning and go, oh, one way or another.
Entertaining chat though all night anyways. Like some of the comments just fucking blow me up.
Some of them are just awesome. What a good show. I don't know how people think this stuff up. Really, I don't.
I don't know, what did Scott Campbell say? Like, that's it, done, get off the stage and go nip some fucking sacks for your disabled squirrels or something like that. Like, I don't know, man. Whatever, it's a great group, right? There are a lot of good people in there.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of comedians, I find. Like, people have to laugh it off. It's the only way to deal with it, it seems.
It is either laugh or cry.
Are you guys able to like see a screen for any numbers that are changing or anything?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 46. Yeah, 46, 45 too.
So how many hours do you think before they are actually finished? Like, it's quarter to the hour now.
It's been a while since they said how many polls are left to count. Last time it was about, what, 40 minutes ago, and it was 71.8% of polls reported. And then you had that fucking retard that forgot his password or what. I mean, I don't know, right? you got like.
I did predict before the show started that they were saying that they were going to get it done in so much time. And I kind of called it like that. That's not going to be the way it goes.
I don't think anybody, like, I thought it was going to be overwhelming conservative is what I thought. So, because it's close. Because it's this close, like, for sure, yeah, it's going to be tomorrow sometime, right? And there'll be a recount, probably. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, probably a number of seats will recount. And that's all done by hand, I imagine.
That's what I read anyway.
Well.
So, what do you think about the people that send in votes early? Paul, you tell me when they count those. Do you know?
After all this shit.
So would you suspect, Kirk, that people that vote early are the people that really want change?
I would think so. That and the elderly.
Absolutely. And the elderly too. And so that's I guess a bit of a split sword or double-edged sword, that some of the votes coming in early are going to go the wrong way, and some of them are going to be people looking for change.
Hopefully there's a good million of them that are going to go blue or are blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Pickles, you said there was 1.4 or 5 million?
1.6 is what I understand.
1.6. So if we can get $1 million out of that.
That's my logic. These people, a lot of them are long-term liberals because the definition of liberal used to be something what it isn't now. And seeing
Yeah.
how there's no liberal running in this provincial election, this ain't a federal election where all these problems aren't in every province, and CBC doesn't show all these drug problems in every province. Like the fucking news here shows this shit every day. So my logic is these old people are going to see, and they're not going to be happy with what the province has turned into. So I hope they won't go NDP, they'll go Conservative.
Yeah, that makes sense. But hey, what makes sense these days just doesn't seem to pan out. I'm so confused anymore. Who knows?
Yeah, it's tough, man.
I'm just looking after myself and family as best as I can, man. That's all you can do these days. Nothing makes sense to me.
The one positive I will say, I mean, at least you needed your ID to vote here.
Thank Christ, eh?
At least you need ID to vote.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. Onwards and upwards, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Wow, we've been what, 4 hours? Holy, that's a record, guys.
It's been a long show. My butt is pretty numb.
I was just going to ask you, what time is it there? It's got to be 10, 11, 12, almost 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 1:45.
Boy, you're a hero.
I don't know about that. Like, I meant to come on and just do a pre-show, and then then I got too close to when they were going to start coming in, and they said that the results would be in within 50 minutes. So
yeah,
I was
and
like,
here we
okay,
are.
well, I can do 1 o'clock. Like,
can you believe the folks that have been with us all this time?
No, I cannot, man. I'm blown away
hardcore.
every time we do a show, Kirk. I'm blown away by the audience, like the chat room especially. Like, it's
phenomenal.
It really is. What a crazy bunch of people. And I've met, I still have yet to meet somebody from on here that I'm like, oh, I don't want to talk to that person. Everybody's wonderful. Like, and I've spoken to it like more than a dozen people, must be 15. And everybody's so easy to talk to. And they're just concerned citizens. A lot of them are conservatives. I mean, I show a lot of conservative stuff on my channel because, again, conservatives and me right now want the same thing, which would be change.
Just to answer Owlette, yes, it is Kirk and Mr. Pickles. I'm the handsome one.
Oh, sorry, gentlemen. Here's good news. Here's good news, Kirk. I dropped on Dimebag's channel today just to see. I saw that he was doing a live, and I was like, I'll drop in, say hello. And then he got me to try this software that he's been not pushing on me, but mentioned a couple of times. Like, it's a better way of doing things. And so,
okay,
we actually did a phone call on his live show. It was totally fun. He got a couple of his buddies to go on with us, so there was a 4-way window, and it's way better software. And then after I stopped chatting with him, I was on X looking at something, and I saw that Cryptomaria was doing a show live at the time, so I dropped in there to say hello, and we end up talking about him just in the chat a little bit about this StreamYards. Anyways, she's like, yeah, you use that. So I went and I got it. And
well, it seems to be working well.
Now tomorrow we'll test it out. You and I and a few other people. Like, it's so easy to use, and you don't need to get a software program or anything. I don't think it's all like just web browser interface.
That's a good thing.
And it's slick.
Check you out, Mr. Wizard.
So no number changes. You would think that there'd be an update of some sort.
Well, I don't know. It depends on what the talking heads are talking about while we're flapping our lips here.
I don't think there's really anything I can do to be able to have
Not unless you can see into the future, mate.
No,
Keep
I'm
drinking
not
Red
there
Bull.
yet. Probably not going to get there. Yeah, so I don't know how long to go, because like if it's going to be 4 hours, I've got to do stuff tomorrow.
Nah, tomorrow's for sleeping, man. It's Sunday.
Yeah, I just mean if I it's 2:00 now. If I stay up another 4 hours at 6 a.m., it messes up the first of my week next week too. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
just
getting
leave the
old.
broadcast.
I'm getting
Just
old, man. Like when I stay up I stayed up the other night last week, a couple weekends with Mr. Pickles, a couple weeks ago, and it took me like 5 days to come around.
Well, don't be hitting the wobbly pop so hard, bud.
No, won't be hitting lollipops for a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe enough time tomorrow to, dissect all what's happened. This
Yeah.
ain't going to be like over tonight. I'm certain of it. So maybe you could leave your broadcast play out and, put the camera on your cat or something who wants to stick around and chat, right?
Who knows? It's hard to say.
It's just like I kind of was kidding, but like my butt is sore. I can't really feel my left leg.
Attaboy. Well, whatever you want to do, man. I just work here.
No, I don't mean that. I just like.
Did that retarded bitch really say her husband's name was Blaze?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? I just about fell out of my chair here.
I don't know. And then right after Stephen Hawking got rolled in.
Yeah, I know.
You can't buy comedy like this.
No, it's ridiculous.
And
A
CBT
little bit of being light just to laugh it off. It's so serious, right?
How about the fucking CBC's atmospheric river drinking game, right? How many times have they said that word tonight?
Oh, it's a buzzword for them now.
I mean, there's tons of rain. I don't know. Buzzwords real. Yep.
Oh, well. Nothing's changed. 46, 45. That's been that way forever. Oh, well.
Let's. Do you guys mind if I try getting Rory in here?
Oh, no. No, I'm just taking a quick peek back on chat and see what the heck is going on.
Yeah. Rory, are you out there, Rory? Is there anybody out there who wants to come on that's connected to me on Facebook already?
Rory.
Because I can't.
Yeah, Rory's.
Dimebags, come on. Darren's in the house.
Please. PK is right. When you fall asleep, then they switch the votes. Don't blink. These guys kill me, I tell you. Half of them should write a freaking book.
Both sides are going to be pissed off tomorrow, right?
Oh, yeah.
No
There's
matter
gonna
who
be a
wins.
whole- What happens if an NDP wins? If NDP wins, what's going to happen in BC?
Fucking more and more debt, man. More drugs, more drug addicts, more carbon tax. Everything he says, like that dude, I don't believe a word he fucking says. You got handed $2 billion when you were installed when Horgan left, and now we're at $16 billion in debt. Like drugs and shit all over. Like that's enough.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the people's opportunity to change it. And I can't believe the majority of people in BC have their heads in the sand ignoring what's going on. I was on Granville Street about, oh gosh, I'm dating myself, probably 40 years now. And 40 years ago, Granville Street to a kid from the boonies freaked me out, man. I saw people taking a dump in an empty lot and all. I never ever saw that in my life. I couldn't believe what I saw 40 years ago, so I can only imagine now.
Oh yeah, it's terrible, man.
Oh,
Downtown Lower East Side, baby. Just spread out from there. So
wow, yeah, I thought it was outrageous all those years ago. As a pure tourist, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But
well, the only one I saw cover drug addicted homeless places like that was John Rustad. And despite how many comments I'd make from the NDP, BC NDP websites and social media shit, telling David Eby, like, oh, you're telling all these people that there's no problem, we'll go to the next report from the downtown Lower East Side then. Like, show the province what you've done down there, buddy.
Yeah, brag about it.
No response.
Oh, Eby is a limp noodle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised I didn't get blocked from any of these people, the amount of shit that I was putting out.
Somebody was saying they got punted off of a mainstream news site. Congratulations, good work.
You did the right thing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what are they on about? Right. Oh, it's still on about writing results.
Yeah, it's gonna be like this forever, I'm sure.
Oh, sorry, I gotta get out of the chat. That drags me in every time. I gotta see what people are saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking peace out here for a while. If I see you again, I'll see you.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
Darren's
Cheers,
doing
folks.
doing a podcast of his own. He's got a cool podcast. Actually, I'll give Darren his name's Dimebag Coins on YouTube. Check him out. His channel is great. It's a bit obscure. It's different. It's different than a lot of things that I've seen, but it's fun. He's a great guy. Later,
I would
Pickles.
call it eclectic. Good job. Good night, folks.
Okay. Thanks, Kirk.
Cheers.
All right, gang. So we'll get back to this. Get some audio back.
Splitting the vote.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you,
independence
Kirk, and,
bleeding at all, but
Mr. Pickles for coming on. I hope some people like putting names to faces and recognize those are some of the greatest monitors covering Canadian federal politics out there. They help me a great deal.
now to NDP
So does,
headquarters where our
Dimebags
Katie
and
DeRosa
Sheila.
is
They're
standing by.
amazing.
Hi, Katie.
That's right. I'm here with Kareem Alam. He's a former BC Liberal strategist, worked on Kevin Falcon's leadership campaign, also worked on Mayor Ken Sims' campaign. He joined the NDP just last week because he was upset with some of the BC Conservatives' more extreme, what he called far-right candidates. And I just want to ask Kareem, what's the factor here? That why are we seeing such a close race? What do you see?
It's very obvious to me we have a deeply wounded and divided province. Not only are the results on seat counts.
Steve Floyd, did you say?
We have Christians, Jews, Muslims, Indigenous people, but also small business owners and big business owners and workers and labor, all deeply unhappy. The micro-targeting of this campaign means we don't have to coalition build anymore. So dividing is a new game and it's not unifying.
Do you think we're going to see recounts? Like, when do you think we'll see results in this election?
Well, based on what I just saw, CBC just report, we're seeing about 5 seats under 100 votes separating those winners and losers, and those seats are automatic recounts. My candidate in Vancouver, Yaletown, Terry Young just won. That's why everyone's so happy. But yes, it's 100 votes, automatic recount. Some of those other seats in 200 might be claims for the other parties themselves to go out there and file a judicial recount. They may be rejected, they may be accepted. 100's automatic, anything under 200 or 300 could go to a recount itself. It might be, if these votes don't change, that we might not know who wins government tonight.
Some of the centrist voters that were left politically homeless by when BC United folded, where do you think they went?
Well, it's very clear. In Vancouver, they went with the NDP. In Surrey and in Richmond, it looks like they broke to the Conservatives. It depends really on where you live and what the biggest issues in your community.
All right, gang. We've been going now for 4 hours and 45 minutes or so, and we're gonna wrap it up. But I've got a couple of things to show before we go. I'm gonna re-show this piece with Jordan Peterson and John Rustad because I think it's interesting, and then we're going to wrap up with we'll wrap up with, oh, I made this. This is for the channel members. Every channel member should, oh, well, come on. Here, we'll start that again. Get rid of you. Here. This is for the channel members. Everybody should be in there. I got the list from YouTube. And yeah, I guess we can do this. Oh, damn. Sorry, guys. There we go. There's some blue apples.
Sharon Hartwell with the Conservatives leading by 900.
Everything up, guys. I'm tired. I'm tired.
Nathan Cullen, of course, former MP.
Here, we're going out.
I've been speaking with Republican governors and the Republicans I know in the U.S., and that's quite a few of them, as well as conservatives in Canada, about the K through 12 education system, as well as the higher education system. But let's start with K through 12. So I want to run another proposition by you. So I worked in the universities for a long time, and I saw how they worked. And I worked at Harvard, which was an unbelievably functional institution in the 1990s. I'd never been anywhere like it. McGill was good. I went to school as a graduate student at McGill, and I had a very good educational experience there. And McGill did a lot of things right, but Harvard was really knocking it out of the park when I was there in the 90s. The senior faculty were the smartest people I'd ever met and the most educated. The undergraduates were unbelievably high quality. Like a third of them were the smartest kids you'd ever seen. And the other 2/3 were contenders, you know. And so, the place really served excellence. And then you could see the edges of the politically correct movement manifesting itself around the fringes in the 1990s, but they really didn't have any real power. The last time I was down in Boston was about a month ago. I met some of my former colleagues, great people, really. And they've all joined the free speech movement at Harvard, and they set themselves at odds with the administration, which is an appalling thing to see. You know, and that's Harvard. And then I was at the University of Toronto for a long time, and it made a lot of noise about excellence, but really had no real fundamental clue about what it meant or how to pursue it. But I had a very good time there, and I liked it a lot. But I learned a lot about what was wrong with higher education. And emblematic of what's wrong with higher education is the faculties of education. Okay, they're full of educational psychologists, and that's a corrupt discipline, and almost everything that it's produced is a lie. Whole word learning, that's a lie. That anti-phonics movement, the self-esteem movement, that's a complete bloody lie. And all it did was produce a pack of narcissists. Multiple intelligences, that's a complete bloody lie. Like, the educational psychologists have been a negative influence consistently for 60 years. And the faculties of education have arguably the worst students in the university and arguably the worst faculty. Now, why is that a problem? Well, they're radical and incompetent. That's a big problem. In the United States, they control 50% of the state budgets. 50%. Okay. And the faculties of education are why the Conservatives lost the culture war. And the Conservatives have been too blind for 4 generations to see this. And there's a nexus point. The faculties of education have a hammerlock on teacher certification. And I don't understand that. There's no evidence whatsoever that their training regimens produce qualified teachers. None. We also even know what makes a teacher effective. Conscientiousness is the trait. High cognitive ability and conscientiousness, you could select them. Why? What's your view of what's corrupted the K through 12 education system, and what do you think might be done about it? Because I think that the faculties of education should have the right to certify teachers stripped from them. It would kill them, and they deserve it. And I think the reason the classic liberals and the conservatives have lost the culture wars because the faculties of education have had a hammerlock on teacher certification. So I know that's a mouthful and it's a radical analysis and a radical proposition, but I'm wondering what you think of what's going on in the K through 12 system.
So I'm smiling because when I think about the education system, the first thing that comes to mind is our education system in British Columbia today is teaching kids what to think. It's not teaching kids how to think. It's not teaching kids how to be critical thinkers. And that is, to me, is the fundamental problem within the system itself. And so there's material that is within our education system, which is designed for more of an indoctrination as opposed to actually providing kids with the skills they need. Kids are coming out of school and university professors, college specialists are telling me they're not prepared for
They can't read.
Post-secondary.
They can't read and they don't know anything.
Some people can't even write their own name. And so I look at that system, I think, okay, what is needed to start with is we need to do a full review of all the material that's being made available for teachers. And look at it from a perspective of being neutral.
Who would review it? Do you know, how would you go about that?
You've got to put a team together that's going to review it.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be some educators, it's going to be some people that are not educators who are going to go through and look at the material from that critical lens. And so, for example, there's, I think, a book in grade 4 math, I think it's called Math That Matters. And the math is correct, 2 + 2 = 4. But the language being used is all about environmentalism.
It's all social justice oriented.
Exactly. It's all about, anti-development and that whole side of things. So we wonder when the kids go to school, why they've got this bent. And because this is what they've been taught.
Yeah.
This is what they've been indoctrinated
from day one, for 12 years. System. Yeah.
So we're going to try to change all of that, right? In terms of that material, make sure it's all neutral. In terms of how the information is being provided. And quite frankly, we need to bring in something, that I think is critical. Fiscal management, teaching kids about how money actually works, compound interest and, debt and all those sort of things. So those will be some big shifts that we need to do. And the fight.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. So why neutral exactly? Like, why not unabashedly anti-communist, unabashedly pro-free market, unabashedly Western tradition of freedom? Because I think it seems to me that one of the errors that conservatives and classic liberals have made consistently across time is a kind of apologetic neutrality. So I'll give you one example. So at the University of Toronto, in my personality course, so it's a psychology course, second-year psychology course, I used to teach the kids about what happened in Stalinist Russia. And I did that because I used Alexander Solzhenitsyn as an example of existential psychology because he was an existential psychologist like Viktor Frankl. Now, one of the shocking things to me was that none of my students had ever heard about what had happened in Russia between 1920 and 1989, let's say. Even though we just about torched the planet and we fought a Cold War over it. They had no idea what the Stalinists had done. And so that's a good example of something where even neutrality isn't sufficient. It's like the communists were brutal, genocidal murderers wherever they've set up shop. It's happening again in Venezuela. It's still happening in Cuba. It threatens all of South America. China is a complete bloody catastrophe on the ideological front, and they're permeating the world. It's a catastrophe. And our education system tells students nothing about that. And, conservatives this is particularly true in Canada, although it's starting to shift, is that they're so terrified of being demolished by the woke mob and also of being accused of something approximating social conservatism is that they do take refuge in something like neutrality. But I'm not sure it's time for neutrality anymore.
It depends what you mean by neutrality.
Yeah, okay, okay.
In terms of it. And by the way, regarding the cancel culture only works if you allow them to cancel you.
Yes.
You just have to stand up and say, take a hike. And it goes away. right? Because if they can't cancel you, then they have to find something else to do. So, but with Garden School, what I mean by neutrality is not that we won't teach about communism, that we won't teach about the Holocaust, because we will. We need to show that from a perspective of this is the facts that happened, this is the evil that happened, this is the damage that was done with it, not just from an ideological perspective, but from a facts base. And that's what I mean by neutral. I don't mean neutral as we won't talk about communism, we won't talk about fascism, we won't talk about democracy or capitalism, whatever the case may be. We will, but in terms of providing facts and information so that the kids can look at this and come to their own conclusions. And because you're going to have people still on the left and the right, and families are still going to have lots of influence, and I think that's okay. That's a rounded society. And I think where society runs into trouble is if it gets too far on any one particular side. The pendulum swinging back and forth. And so you want to try to keep that as much as you can into a place where it creates positive opportunities and people who are informed and critical thinkers and are able to look at information that comes forward with a critical eye and ask the questions based on facts that they have, particularly from our history. And so that's what I'm hoping our education system will become.
I think our leader, Trudeau, I don't think I've ever heard him say a true word.
Oh, hello. Do you have a warrant to be here?
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Wiggle and squirm as you might, it is really hard to put lipstick on a pig.
When I'm Prime Minister, I will keep my promises.
WTF.
Cheers.
I know this place is where I am. No other place is better.
The one we call Canadian. Gentlemen, beam me aboard.
We're going to wrap it up right there. Thank you all so much for hanging out. If anybody's still kicking with me, I appreciate it. I can't believe you watched it right till the end. Amazing. If you're new to the channel, like, share, subscribe, get notified, all those fun things. Sorry, I'm running out of steam here. It's 2:15 in the morning, and we've been on here for 5 hours. And it's been a blast. Exciting. Maybe we'll get some changes, the ones we need. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe when we wake up, they'll have a number for us, and it's going to be 47 blue apples, and that's what we care about. That's it. We are finished. Gotta go. I don't think the tag should have frozen. I see it still working. Anyhow, thank you all so much. Kenzie, have a good night. Rory, brother, catch you next time. Steve Bloyds. Who are the people that were here still late? I saw Two Flips here really late. There he is. Jeff Hillstead, what's up, brother? Captain Kirk, Dime Bag Coins, Mr. Pickles, Raz, what is shaking, baby? Data Sender. NEG, good luck with your surgeries. I hope you heal quickly. Don't let them take away that great sense of humor. Now, guys, we're going to wrap it up. I think that's about all the people that we have left that were in the chat. Have a good night, everybody. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Keep a good thought. I'm Aaron, Canadian Looney. We'll catch you next time. Back on Monday. Question period is going to be out of control on Monday. The India situation, all of these things that have been going on. If the Conservatives win this election in BC, they'll be extra confident, I think. It'll be